Do you want to accept it? Do you want to accept it? Either it got stuck here or it got stabbed there. Moreover, these thorns were not ordinary thorns, they were poisonous. Long Fei's body had an extremely high resistance to poison. He could not feel any of this poison, but he was very annoyed. So annoying. After about half an hour, he had walked less than 10 meters forward, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Fuck you! Long Fei shouted a vulgar word. Looking at the formerly densely packed forest of thorns, his fury rose as he roared out loudly, "All of you, go to the side and die!" Boom! The dragon's fire burned. Long Fei took a step forward, and the thorns around him instantly turned into dust. When they touched the dragon fire on Long Fei's body, they became powder. Superwatch. Boom! 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 He went berserk along the way, his momentum like a hot knife through butter. It had originally taken a few hours, but now it had taken less than half a minute. Elder, look! There is a fire rushing out from the forest of thorns. A disciple of the fierce tiger tribe quickly reported. At this moment, everyone from 3 tribes walked out. The leader rolled his eyes and said, "Using fire to attack, haha? This jungle of thorns is afraid of fire. Why didn't they think of that at the beginning? Let's go. Let's see what this ball of fire is. The Fox Clan warrior has not cultivated fire element energy, right?" The 3 tribes walked up in unison. Suddenly, a huge elephant from the ancient elephant clan suddenly shouted, "It's a human." As soon as he finished, 3 tribes' warrior instantly entered a state of battle, the 2 weapons surrounding the thorny forest's entrance till not even a drop of water could trickle through. Boom! It was also at this time. The thorny jungle penetrated through it. Long Fei let out a breath, and said, "Damn, this should be a lot easier now." In the blink of an eye, several hundred pairs of eyes stared at him with naked eyes, unmoving, and these people were all in a half-demon and half-human state. The fierce tiger tribe had tiger stripes all over their body, and their muscles were filled with explosive power. Ancient elephant clan, huge body. Immense power. The eyes of the wolf demon flashed with a sinister light. Moreover, they all had one thing in common, they could instantly transform into beasts. This meant that they had 2 different battle styles, and their beast transmogrification was even more terrifying. Long Fei's heart trembled. With a light smile, he asked, 3 tribes? He did not act rashly. The big-breast sister was not afraid of his power of law, and there was no doubt that the warrior was the same. No matter what the reason was, if they could be brought into the battleground, it would be a super army. Of course. If not, then kill them again. You are that human? The leader of the demonic wolf tribe could no longer hold it in. He drooled and said excitedly, "I can already smell the power in his blood. It's so pure." An elder of the fierce tiger tribe said, "Demon wolf, don't forget our previous agreement." The elder stared at Long Fei and asked, "Did you destroy the fox race?" Long Fei laughed. "Not destroyed, the fox race has already been subdued by me, now I want to surrender to your 3 tribes. My name is Long Fei, I can bring you guys to act tough, to fly away. The crux of the matter is whether or not you 2 want to act cool, whether or not you 2 want to fly." Long Fei said in a very arrogant tone. This made the people of 3 tribes very unhappy. Everyone's eyes darkened as they stared at Long Fei. Anger was growing. Elder Lai Hu said, "There hasn't been a single human that has dared to say such words in front of us. What's the big deal about taming fox race? Surrender to us? Humph. Brat, you should take a piss to see your own morals." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei raised his eyes and his body suddenly moved. Boom. The pace was 8 characters, not fast, anyone could see it clearly. Elder Lai Hu's reaction was extremely fast. The moment Long Fei moved, he reacted, and seeing Long Fei rush towards him 1 step at a time, he disdainfully said, "You're overestimating yourself." His body sank. With both hands on the ground, he stomped on the ground. Schwa! An ear-piercing sound of something tearing through the air rang out. His speed was several times faster than Long Fei. Speed could bring one's strength to its limits. The fierce tiger race's speed and strength perfectly fused together, and what they were best at was suddenly using force. An incomparably ferocious, explosive force. Ripples of space tore around his body. Fuck. Long Fei was shocked. It's really fierce. He had to say it. Elder Lai, who had perfectly fused speed and power, and the sudden attack was even more perfect. Such an attack could even be said to be unstoppable by ordinary god. He's dead for sure. This arrogant human is dead for sure. Ha ha ha. Subdue our 3 tribes? Is he even a hair's breadth away? Arrogant in front of us, isn't this courting death? Many of the clansmen began to mock him. He mocked Long Fei for overestimating himself. They had never been afraid of anyone as to what kind of existence the Deep Abyss Mountain was, even if he was a god, and didn't dare recklessly enter the Deep Abyss Mountain either, because this was their territory, their world. They were the paragons. Of course, they did not know Long Fei. He did not even know who Long Fei was. Seeing Elder Lai, whose explosive strength, Long Fei grinned and said, "That's fierce, I like it." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's 8-word footsteps suddenly dropped, both of his feet rooted to the ground, directly standing in place, not moving an inch. This action caused everyone to be shocked once again. What does he want to do? Waiting for death. Or should I say, he blocked the Elder Lai who just like that? Aren't you being too arrogant? Big Brother Liehu, he doesn't even put you in his eyes. He's insulting the Liehu tribe. Long Fei did not move. He just stood there and allowed the Elder Liehu to strike him. This was an insult to the fierce tiger tribe. Immediately, the outburst of the Elder Liehu in the air became a little stronger. Acting cool. You have to act tough. Since the fierce tiger tribe was an expert in speed and sudden burst of power, then crush it completely. Long Fei's body acted as a shield and was just standing there, waiting for you to hit it. It's to go head to head with your strongest weapon. How arrogant! In the blink of an eye, the Elder Lai, who was like a spinning awl, crazily drilling down and causing a hurricane to tremble. The leader of the monster wolf pack. All the elders of the ancient mammoth race were shocked. Boom! It heavily smashed into Long Fei's chest. Buzz! A power exploded out horizontally, causing the air to vibrate with an explosive sound. Long Fei's chest looked like it was about to split open, every inch of his skin was being torn apart, and he was in incomparable pain. He didn't use any divine power, much less the power of law. It was based on the resistance of the physical body. He withstood it. Long Fei's body did not move, both of his fists exploded, aimed straight at Elder Liehu's head, suddenly stopping a little away from his head. He chuckled and said, "Are you convinced?" Chapter 2063 System Reward. Chapter 2063 System Reward. Are you convinced? He spoke softly. But to the Elder Liehu, it was as if the power of thunder had exploded in his sea of consciousness. Such a powerful force did not push Long Fei back at all, and at that moment, Long Fei's attack landed, but the force that was above his head suddenly disappeared. Obviously, he could definitely seriously injure himself. Difference? Humiliation? The Elder Liehu's anger sunk as he let out a roar of a tiger. You can't accept this. Unconvinced. Heh heh. Long Fei only laughed lightly, the fist floating above Elder Liehu's head suddenly moved. Then we will fight until you submit. What does he want to do? His fist is moving. With such a small distance, he simply doesn't have any explosive power. Even if it were to hit Elder Liehu's body, relying on his physical defense wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Exactly. Is this human retarded? Explosions required a distance to reach. A distance of less than 10 centimeters. Even if one's strength was extremely high, it would still be impossible for one to unleash much of it. The people around them thought so. Elder Lai Hu thought so too. His feet landed on the ground, and with a push they formed a bow. All the strength in his body surged once again. His body doubled in size, and the explosive force in his muscles became even stronger. With a deep voice, he shouted, "Charge!" Boom! An explosion sounded in the air. The power exploded out. If the power from earlier was not his strongest power, then this power was definitely the strongest power in his body. However, the instant his strength exploded, Long Fei's fist came down. Humph! With such a close distance, how much explosive power could it have? Elder Lai Hu disdained him and simply did not put Long Fei's move in his eyes, and did not bother about it either. However, the instant Long Fei's fist landed on his back, his eyeballs were about to pop out. His body sank, his chest caved in, and he suffered from 8 odd meridians, his limbs and bones. It was as if his entire body was pressed down by a huge mountain. That power, they were unable to contend. It wasn't the power of law. Boom! Elder Lai Hu's body sank and directly knelt in front of Long Fei. Above his head, a huge Buddha image appeared, showing a powerful strength. Power of Buddha. Moreover, it exploded under the influence of the rage mixture. Long Fei was worried that the power of Buddha alone would not be enough to crush Elder Lai Hu, so he could only swallow a bottle of anger mixture. The power of this punch was extremely strong. Elder Lai Hu couldn't take it. Long Fei smiled, there was not a single trace of contempt in his eyes, and only asked, "Are you convinced?" Pretending to be the virgin. He had a kind expression on his face. It was as if Long Fei did not hit him just now. It was as if Long Fei was saving the Elder Lai Hu was kneeling on the ground. The highest level of posturing. Elder Lai Hu wanted to say that he couldn't accept it, but when he saw Long Fei's indifferent expression, he couldn't say a thing. He lowered his head and sighed, then said, "I submit." He couldn't be unconvinced. Long Fei failed to defend in both attacks. He didn't even succeed. However, Long Fei made a simple move and kneeled on the ground. This was the gap between them. It was hard to refuse. The fierce tiger tribe believed in strength. They did not have many tricks, they just had to submit, and if they did not accept it, they would not accept it. Long Fei's actions caused them to be convinced. If Long Fei used his full strength, the Elder Lai Hu is probably dead now. Just as Elder Lai Hu admitted defeat, an ancient elephant's shrill roar resounded. It was also at this moment that the sound of ancient worlds trampling could be heard. Long Fei's eyes went cold and slightly raised. He saw a giant elephant over 4 meters tall charging towards him. Its body was like a phantom image, as if it was a battlefield for giant elephants. The entire valley was trembling. The leader of the monster wolf pack laughed. Elder Lai Hu was secretly shocked. This kind of attack was the powerful attack of the ancient elephant clan. It was different from the attack that he had just done. He had only attacked one point, and the ancient elephant clan had attacked the entire surface. There was no place to hide. He too. Elder Lai Hu's face darkened. When he was really going to think of a way to block, Long Fei threw him out. Yi Zichen directly threw him to a safe place. Elder Lai Hu felt grateful and immediately shouted, "Gu Xiang Ancient, what are you trying to do? Do you want to kill me too? For an ancient elephant like you, there is no place for you to hide, unless you can leap onto your backs." He was blaming the ancient elephant tribe. At the same time, he was also reminding Long Fei. Because Long Fei had even saved him at that moment. The goblin wolf leader shivered. So jumping onto their backs is the way to break through the ancient elephant stampede? Heh heh. The expression in the eyes of the members of the ancient elephant tribe darkened. Elder Lai Hu was right. However, if he wanted to do it, but no one. It was because they would all be smashed into dust by the ancient elephant. Long Fei stood in his original position, still not moving at all. He did not jump onto the back of the giant elephant either. Then I will challenge you to your strongest attack. A giant elephant. Tanks on the battlefield. Furthermore, it was a tank that was charging fast. It was simply a killing machine on the battlefield. Moreover, if they were to cooperate with Giant Clan, that scene. Long Fei was a little excited. In that instant, Long Fei's body sank as he stared at the huge, ancient elephant. The power in his arms suddenly exploded. Buzz! He immediately grabbed the two huge tusks. Crap! The scorching tiger elder's forehead tightened. The Wolf Demon Clan leader laughed coldly. Elder Lai Hu, are you finally showing some concern for the human race? What does it have to do with you? Elder Lai Hu shouted. The demon wolf laughed. Indeed, it's none of my business, but don't forget how your ancestors were abandoned by the humans. We've endured thousands of years of devastation, and Polar Storm was going to explode in another month, so it was hard to tell whether they could stop it or not. All of this was caused by humans, so who else could it be? Humans. The space between Elder Lai Hu's eyebrows tightened, and he couldn't say a single word. Indeed, all of this is human. As they were speaking, Long Fei was not overturned by the ancient elephant. Both of his hands tightly held onto the two thick tusks as his body continuously sank downwards, not giving the ancient elephant any chance to fly towards him. Suddenly, the veins on Long Fei's arm popped out, and his eyes turned sinister. Under his sleeve, the dragon-shaped mark on his arm flashed with a ray of light. Long Fei roared in anger. Ah! He used both of his hands to push the giant elephant up. Lift it up in the air. The entire audience was stunned. Everyone was dumbfounded. Long Fei looked at the giant elephant that was raised up in the air and shouted, "Are you convinced? I refuse to accept this." The giant elephant let out a loud roar, and at this moment hundreds of giant elephants in the surroundings charged out at the same time. Rumble! Long Fei had no way to retreat from the 100 giant elephants' assault. However, Long Fei's eyes turned sinister, the power in his body erupted, and he stomped his feet. Boom! A powerful shockwave was shot out. All the giant elephants were shocked and could not move at all. At the same time, Long Fei smashed the giant elephant in the air onto the ground and shouted again, "I'm just asking you, are you convinced or not?" Without waiting for the elephant to speak. However, the leader of the demonic wolf tribe said first, "I submit." The huge elephant elder also said, "I submit." At this moment, the system sounded out, causing Long Fei's heart to tremble. What's going on? Ding! Thank you for your support. Chapter 2064 Super Abnormal Inherent Skill. Chapter 2064 Super Abnormal Inherent Skill. The system sounded out, causing Long Fei's heart to tremble. Logically speaking, he hadn't killed anyone, killed monsters, or completed any missions. Why would a notification sound suddenly ring out? At this time, Long Fei's heart sank, and he started to listen carefully. The Goblin Wolf leader saw that Long Fei's expression suddenly sank, and he stood there without moving. His eyeballs slightly turned, as the corners of his mouth revealed a cold smile. At the same time, ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Giant Elephant's Courage * Pervert level. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Touch of the Underworld Fire. Do you wish to fuse it? Two voices rang out. Long Fei's heart trembled even more. What's the situation? Talent from the League of Heroes? Mighty Elephant and Underworld Fire? Damn it. Abnormal level? How abnormal is it? Long Fei had a very good understanding of the two attributes, and his entire person was extremely excited. He quickly opened the system and checked. With the giant elephant's courage, taking the initiative to attack, the passive defense would obtain an extremely strong shield with a value of 1,000,000 points. Under special circumstances, it would also increase. The shield lasted for 1 minute. F***ck. Does it have to be that abnormal? Long Fei was stunned. This was more than just abnormal, it was super abnormal. The giant elephant in the game was completely different. Compared to this abnormal level, the mighty elephant in the game was not even considered an ant. In the game, only when the giant diagram took the initiative to attack would it be activated, and when Long Fei obtained a giant elephant, whether it was when you hit others or others, it would instantly activate. $1 million shield. The heck, she wanted to die even if she saw it, needless to say, beat him up. At the same time, Long Fei didn't have the slightest hesitation. The idea moved and said, "Fusion. I like this abnormal thing, ha ha." The huge elephant fused into Long Fei's body, and then checked the attributes of the Underworld Fire Touch. Touch of the Underworld Fire. Your damage ability allows you to deal 30 seconds of continuous damage. Damage 10,000 points per second. Looking at the attribute of the Underworld Fire Touch, Long Fei was so excited he was about to be speechless. 30 seconds. To deal 10,000 damage per second was equivalent to dealing 100,000 points worth of damage. Moreover, ignoring your defense, ignoring your medicine? This was F***king defying the heavens. This was simply an explosion. Long Fei was in a bad mood. Could it be that he's too abnormal? A moment's carelessness could cause the opponent 100,000 points worth of damage. Isn't that a little bad? Long Fei became evil. Mighty elephant courage and touch of the underworld fire, two great talents. Why did the system suddenly reward him with all this? Long Fei was not stupid. He immediately thought of what he had said about Gu Xiang Ancient and Elder Lai Hu submitting. Is this the reason for the reward? If that's the case, then… Long Fei looked at Goblin Wolf Leader, who had been speaking sincerely. His heart jolted. He's gone. Also at this moment, the void shook and a huge savage wolf broke through it. Beast transmogrification. Wolf King. His claws shone with a cold light, all of the hair on his body was like needles, reminding Long Fei that he was dozens of times stronger. He suddenly rushed out, looking extremely ferocious and shocking. Long Fei's heart trembled. The Wolf King furiously roared, "They surrender! Your father will not accept this. Kid, accept your death." It was as fast as lightning. Without giving Long Fei any time to react, his claws slashed down as though they were tearing through dry leaves, with unstoppable momentum. Gu Xiang Ancients and Elder Lai Hu's expressions all darkened. The disciples of the monster wolf tribe revealed excited expressions. This sneak attack was a success rate of 100% and they had never failed before. Moreover, after being transformed into a monster wolf, their strength had increased by many times. This was a one-hit kill, not giving Long Fei any chance. Crap. He's dead for sure. The demon wolves are too sinister. Ha ha. That is the reason why we are weak. Your elders and our leaders are simply not on the same level. You are too weak, ha ha. Humans tremble. The demonic wolf tribe became excited. When the Wolf King's claws slashed down, Long Fei stood there motionlessly. This time, he really did not want to move because he didn't need to move now. Shwa. The claws were like the claws of a King Kong wolf. With a slash of the sharp blade, the void ruptured, landing on Long Fei's body. The Goblin Wolf Leader became excited. Die. He only saw. Long Fei smiled. The sharp claws descended, but Long Fei's body did not have the slightest injury. Even the claw marks didn't fall, much less Long Fei's life. At this moment, floating above his head was a shield worth 1,000,000 points, but the damage dealt by the demonic wolf's attack just now was indeed not small. It had reached over 100,000 damage. Without the protection of the giant elephant, half of Long Fei's life would have been gone. But I'm a freak. A shield worth 1,000,000 points was already impressive, but not even half a strand of hair could be injured. Needless to say, The strength of the demon wolves couldn't be underestimated. Seeing that there were no injuries on Long Fei's body, the demon wolf was completely dumbfounded. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "What are you standing there for? Please continue." The surrounding people also had stupefied expressions. No one could stop this kind of sneak attack, but Long Fei was completely uninjured, not even a single hair on his body was damaged. How shocking was that? Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking that they were seeing things. This. Is he a human or a ghost? Oh my God! Who the hell is he? He was stunned. Long Fei looked at Goblin Wolf Leader and laughed. Didn't you want me to die? What are you blanking out for? Please continue. Ah! The demon wolf finally reacted over and let out a shrill wolf howl. Its body soared into the sky and swooped down, and then it attacked Long Fei with all of its strength. Ah! Long Fei still stood there, unmoving. He did not place the demon wolves in his eyes at all. Rumble! Rumble! When the powerful attack landed, Long Fei was still the same, unharmed. The demon wolves were dumbfounded. His eyes went blank and he began to doubt life. Long Fei laughed and said, "Come again, is that all you have?" Ah. The demon wolf fell into a crazed state as it madly attacked Long Fei. Just like an angry little woman, Long Fei stood in place without moving until the demon wolves made him want to cry. Then, Long Fei coldly said, "I'm just asking you, are you convinced?" The demon wolf's body sunk, its two eyes stared straight at Long Fei, its breath was like fire, and it continued to let out whining sounds, full of disdain and contempt, and said solemnly, "I refuse to accept this. So what if your physical body is strong? I can't hurt you, and you can't hurt me at all?" Under the beast transmogrification situation, their defenses were heaven-defying. Even the power of law wouldn't be able to harm them. This was a body that had evolved for tens of thousands of years. It was an extremely strong defense. "Can't hurt you?" The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted. His fingers moved slightly as he touched the demon wolf. Chapter 2065 Laozi is a pervert. Chapter 2065 Laozi is a pervert. His body was very strong? Polar body? Heaven-defying defense? Not even slightly injured? Long Fei gently touched the demon wolf with his finger. Just like that. The demon wolf laughed loudly. Ha ha. Ha ha. What are you doing? Are you scratching me? No, are you catching lice for me? That's not right. I really want to know, what are you doing? Ha ha. Ha ha. The members of the demonic wolf tribe were all laughing. He simply did not understand what was the use of Long Fei's light finger attack. Everyone was looking at him. His movements were a little comical, which confused everyone. Was this an attack? This kind of attack can cause damage? Let alone a wolf king, you wouldn't even be able to harm an ant. Is he joking? Is there something wrong with this human? Is this person brainless? Everyone was laughing at Long Fei. They didn't understand what he was doing from the start. Was there such an attack? Long Fei stood in place and laughed. You won't be able to laugh anymore soon. The Goblin Wolf Leader disdainfully said. I will keep laughing. Are all you humans attacking like this? I'm really going to die from laughter. Trigger the underworld fire. Long Fei's forehead turned sinister. As soon as he finished, buzz. In that moment, Goblin Wolf Leader's body suddenly sank. A bright red number, -10,000, floated above his head. A damage of 10,000 points floated up. Not waiting for his reaction, another 10,000 points of damage floated up. A few seconds. The demon wolf's expression changed. Poochie. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This sudden change shocked everyone. The disciples of the monster wolf tribe didn't even have time to retract their smiles as they looked at their leader with twisted expressions. Leader? Boss? What's going on? Not waiting for them to finish. Poochie. Another mouthful of blood spurted out. All of the power of the demon wolves had been used to defend, but he had no idea what to defend against at all. No matter how hard he tried to defend himself, the damage to his body was more than a second at a time. He was completely out of control and could not control it at all. His super fleshly body was completely useless. What's going on? What's going on? Why are you so heavily injured? He didn't do anything. Gu Xiang Ancient looked at the space between Long Fei's brows and said in shock, "Could it be just a light finger just now?" Elder Lai Hu said, "It can't be, I saw that move. Without even the slightest bit of power, there's no way it can cause any harm. Perhaps this is his strength." Gu Xiang Ancient looked at Long Fei, his heart filled with shock. Just now, he said that he had been forced to retreat due to the strong tiger, so he probably did not use a tenth of his strength. With such a gentle wave of his finger, if he could injure Goblin Wolf Leader to such an extent, then he. At this moment, Gu Xiang Ancient's heart started to tremble. They had always lived in Deep Abyss Mountain and had never stepped out of it for generations. They didn't know. They thought they were very strong, but Long Fei's power made him feel incomparable fear. Elder Lai, whose heart was also cold, he was deeply shocked by Long Fei's words. The heart of worship was born. Goblin Wolf Leader was still struggling, his body sunk even deeper, as though he was about to lose his balance. The disciples of the demonic wolf tribe kneeled on the ground in unison. "Master, I beg of you, please let our leader go. I beg of you." Wolf tribe, they were extremely united. Seeing that their leader was heavily injured, they could do nothing but beg Long Fei. A single finger of strength was enough to severely injure a leader. What degree of injury would this be? Would he die? They had no idea. Long Fei looked at the demon wolf and asked, "Are you convinced?" Goblin Wolf Leader did not say anything, but many of the Wolf Clan disciples immediately replied, "Yes, yes, we do." Goblin Wolf Leader's gaze tensed up, his teeth chattered loudly. Long Fei said again, "Seems like you don't agree, then you can continue." Goblin Wolf Leader's health point is 380,000. The injury from the underworld fire's touch would not kill him, but it would make him feel incomparable pain. Wolves are very patient among animals. Since he was unwilling, he might as well continue to endure the pain. The demon wolf stared at Long Fei and wished that it could tear Long Fei apart, but he did not have the chance. Gu Xiang Ancient said, "Monster Wolf, what time is it? So what if I admit defeat?" Lai Hu also followed. "Our three tribes' strength added together is not his opponent. You are right, humans are our enemy, but after 10 million years, what has become of the human race? What have we become? Do you understand? Demon Wolf, give in." Even though the three tribes had always been fighting openly and secretly, they were all inheritors of the same ancestor, and they were all brothers to the bones. Watching the demon wolves suffer, they too felt pain. The demon wolf did not speak. Long Fei said, "I do not know what happened tens of millions of years ago, but I know what will happen in the near future. I will open up the ancient entry and enter it. If you are willing, I will bring you all along, and let you all obtain what you deserve, and the status that you get will also allow you all to leave the Deep Abyss Mountain, and receive the glory that you deserve. I, Long Fei, will keep my promise." Gu Xiang Ancient was startled. Elder Lai, whose expression also changed. "Ancient entry. Do you want to enter the Pole Realm? Open up the ancient entry and enter the battleground?" Gu Xiang Ancient looked at the fierce tiger. Their eyes darkened. The ancient entry is indeed in the northern polar region, however. That place was truly a land of death. No one could enter it, and even more so, no one could leave it alive. Just as they were frowning, Goblin Wolf Leader, who was silent for a moment, asked, "What did you say your name was?" Long Fei replied, "Long Fei." Goblin Wolf Leader looked at Gu Xiang and Lai Hu and asked, "What did he say his name was?" He was in pain. He was still enduring the pain of underworld fire touch, dealing 10,000 damage per second, but However, Goblin Wolf Leader's face became excited. Goose Yang replied, Long Fei. Goblin Wolf Leader said, Long Fei, don't you guys feel that this name is familiar? Long Fei. Liehu mumbled to himself. It seems like he heard it somewhere. Goose Yang Ancient's eyes trembled, and suddenly said, I didn't hear it, but I saw. The three of them looked at each other and said at the same time, The sacred tablet. Long Fei was confused. He did not understand what they meant. In that instant, Goblin Wolf Leader immediately replied, I submit, not because of your defense, nor is it because of your attack, but because you're called Long Fei. Huh! Long Fei muttered. If you accept it, then you will have to endure a few more seconds of pain. So what if my name is Long Fei? Rub. To call Long Fei, do you still have an advantage? Long Fei was puzzled, but seeing their excited expressions, they guessed that something big had happened. Chapter 2066 Now I'm going to eat you. Chapter 2066 Now I'm going to eat you. Long Fei did not know what the sacred monument was. However, just as the Goblin Wolf Leader was truly convinced and convinced by Long Fei, the system beeped once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Thunder Lord's Decree abnormal level. Do you wish to fuse it? Rub. I knew it. Every 3 tribes has a talent. The mammoth courage of the ancient elephant tribe, the underworld fire of the fierce tiger tribe, and the lightning of the demonic wolf tribe. The 3 great talents are all super talents. Long Fei could not wait and started to check the properties of the system. The Lightning Lord's Decree allowed one to summon lightning strike after casting, dealing 8,000 points of damage each time for a minute. There was a chance for this to trigger an AoE Thunder skill. 8,000 at a time, once every second. Moreover, he also had Arioff effect skills. Is this really lightning? Are you sure you aren't carrying a lightning bolt with you? Long Fei quickly said, Fuse! The 3 great talents entered his body. The 3 great talents of the League of Heroes had now been enhanced by countless of abnormal powers and had fused into Long Fei's body, becoming the super abnormal beings of today. Long Fei only had one feeling. That was awesome. Fierce tiger, ancient elephant, and demonic wolf were whispering to each other. One of their words mentioned a place, Sacred Mountain. Finally, Goose Yang Ancient looked at Long Fei and said, You won't leave, right? Huh? Long Fei asked, What do you mean? Elder Lai Hu said, So what you mean is that you won't be leaving Deep Abyss Mountain temporarily, right? We have some things to figure out, so can you leave later? Also, can you write down your name and give it to us? Poochie. Goblin Wolf Leader wanted to say something, but before he could, he spat out another mouthful of blood. It was also at this time. Took out a high-grade healing pellet and said, Take it. It will help with your injuries. Goblin Wolf Leader said, Thank you, my lord. Lord, can you stay here and not leave? The 3 of us will go confirm something, and then come back to find you. Goblin Wolf Leader was very careful with his words, and his eyes revealed reverence. Long Fei, if the name is not wrong, it really is the person who appeared on the sacred tablet. If that was the case, then all the tribes of Deep Abyss Mountain would listen to his orders. Long Fei scratched his head and said, For the time being, they should not be leaving. All right. Then wait here for us. Finished. The Goblin Wolf Leader was still a little worried and ordered, Demonic wolves, listen to my orders. Listen to Master Long Fei's instructions and don't allow anyone to touch him. The many Wolf Clan disciples shouted in unison. The same was true for the ancient Elephant tribe and the Broken Soul tribe. Other than protecting Long Fei, they were also afraid that Long Fei would slip away secretly. The 3 of them cupped their fists at Long Fei, then took Long Fei's name that was carved on a stone with god power. I will go to the sacred mountain to look for the demon emperor. I'll go to the sacred monument to compare. I'll go inform the other tribes. This is a very serious matter, we must not be careless, especially when it comes to names. Understood. The three of them acted separately. Long Fei did not know what they were going to do, but from their expressions, it seemed like they were going to do something big and would call for help. I still want more super abnormal talents. Sacred Mountain? Monument. What is this place? Long Fei muttered to himself. All the people from 3 tribes stood quietly by the side, like Long Fei's imperial guards. At this moment. How preposterous! Chief, this man is too despicable. He actually destroyed our barrier of thorns. In this way, we of the Forefather Fox Valley will no longer have any advantage over others. The sky was dim and the people from the fox race couldn't wait. There was a series of explosions outside the valley. They wanted to see what had happened. The fox race was out in full force. Seeing the thorny barrier being broken through by a single line of flames, the fox disciples could not help but become furious. The foxes were not strong in the first place, so they relied on the thorny protective screen to establish themselves in the deep abyss mountain. Now that the protective screen was destroyed, their territory was under a strong threat. Naturally, he hated Long Fei. I don't think he's a good person. Bai Ling, the two of you have been tricked. Bai Ling, the two of you have been tricked. This kind of man should be soaked in a pig cage and cut into pieces. Don't get caught by me again, otherwise I'll be the first to eat him. Everyone was aggrieved and rushed to the entrance of the valley. It's him. He's not dead yet? Patriarch, the people from 3 tribes are still here. Alright, this way we can protect ourselves. As long as the people of 3 tribes divide the spoils among us, we won't do anything to the people of the fox race. Maybe we can get a bit more. The twins saw Long Fei's back and immediately said, Master Long Fei, quickly run, they want to kill you. Long Fei was startled. He turned around and saw that all of the foxwoman had rushed out and said with a smile, All of you are here? Humph. Brat, I won't let you escape this time. Die, brat. In that instant, several foxwoman conjured layer upon layer of illusions. They were surrounded by their shadows, jumping non-stop, and it was impossible to see their movements clearly. They all rushed towards Long Fei. Long Fei was startled, then smiled and said, Women shouldn't be so fierce, they should be gentle. Ancient Elephant Clan. Understood. Long Fei gave the order. Next, 2 ancient elephant warriors walked out and their feet sank as they stomped their feet at the same time. Boom! Boom! A loud sound echoed out. Instantly, those foxwoman who were charging towards Long Fei began to sway unsteadily, and all their attacks collapsed in an instant. In that instant, a few more foxwomen flew over. Scorching Tiger Clan. Understood. Several lion-tiger warriors rushed out, opened their mouths, and suddenly let out a fierce tiger's roar as if their mouths were full of blood. Roar! Roar! Those foxwoman were all sent flying. They let out blood-curdling screams, unable to even take half a step closer. The wolf-demon warrior stood in front of Long Fei, blocking his way as his gaze darkened. Revealing a savage gaze, he coldly said, Anyone who dares to take another step forward will lose her life. Wolves were different from humans. Their aesthetic standards were also different. The werewolves were brutal. This was the race that the fox race feared the most. Instantly, those beautiful fox race girls were stunned. They were also stunned. Didn't Long Fei come out to deal with the 3 tribes? Why did it become the 3 tribes' protection of Long Fei? Seeing the situation, the elderly patriarch's face changed. He immediately revealed a fawning smile and said, The Dragon King's temple has been flushed by the great water. The whole family does not know each other. It looked like, just like a bod. Long Fei laughed sinisterly and said, Now you aren't eating me, right? The chief immediately said, You must be joking, my lord. Long Fei laughed sinisterly. Then, it's my turn to eat all of you. Heh heh, thank you for your support. Chapter 2067 Fox Race. Chapter 2067 Fox Race. The Fox clan leader was able to see the wind with his bare hand. She saw that the situation was not right and changed it immediately. However, Long Fei was still not feeling well about her being caught. Some people have to. Most of the foxes had to pay the price. The old grandma walked forward with a charming, disgusting smile and said, "My lord, then I'll let you eat first." Long Fei's stomach churned. Not just him. The warrior of the monster wolf tribe also felt his stomach rolling, looking like he was about to vomit. Long Fei grinned. Is anyone interested in her? The people of 3 tribes all trembled and quickly retreated, afraid that Long Fei would call them, "Eat," the Fox clan chief. All of them revealed expressions that were even scarier than death. Long Fei said, "Seems like no one wants to eat you. How about this? Who just arrested my woman?" Long Fei asked. "I'll eat whoever catches them first." The old granny said, "I was the one who gave the order." At this moment, a few fox women stood out. Their faces were filled with anger and shouted, "We caught them, how about it? I don't care how you release the people of 3 tribes to help you, but we're not afraid of you." These 4 people were precisely the 4 who caught Long Fei. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, "Sure. You guys are very powerful." The leading lady said, "You want to eat us? Humph. That will depend on whether you have the ability to do so." "1-on-1. Long Fei laughed. "I'll pick the 4 of you." The 4 of them were stunned at the same time. They looked at each other and immediately said, "Come." Long Fei said, "Same rules as always, find a place to duel." The grandma's eyes turned cold as she immediately said, "Why don't we do it here? You! Move aside." Long Fei shouted out and said in a low voice, "I have yet to settle the matter of capturing my woman with you." The 4 fox women said, "Then we'll wait for you in the ancient cave." Then, 4 beautiful voices traveled back and forth quickly and disappeared within the forest of thorns in the blink of an eye. Long Fei said, "3 tribes, listen up." "Yes, sir." The warriors of the 3 tribes shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. Matriarch's heart sank again, and she thought to herself, "The leader of the 3 tribes is not here. What exactly happened here? How did he manage to control the 3 tribes?" Inside the tree cave, the 4 of them stood in 4 different directions, and the instant Long Fei landed, the 4 of them attacked at the same time. "Capture me? Now it's my turn to catch you." When the 4 of them attacked, Long Fei's chi trembled. The power of the middle god realm exploded out, grabbing onto a woman in a split second, causing her to break free. Directly against the wall. With a sudden move. A painful groan was emitted from the side of his face. 2 hours later. "Are you convinced?" Long Fei arrogantly looked at the 4 people who were sprawled out on the ground and ferociously roared. "This servant is convinced." The 4 of them were extremely obedient and submitted. They didn't have any expression of arrogance at all. They all had the appearance of a tamed little demoness, a little girl. Her face flushed. He had a look of enjoyment on his face, completely conquered by Long Fei. He could not use any of his strength at all, and his whole body was numb. Furthermore, the manly aura that was being emitted from Long Fei's body made them intoxicated. Dragon Chi. Dragon. Chi. Dragon. In certain areas, he was naturally unparalleled. Invincible. Release Big Sister. Long Fei immediately gave the order. The 4 immediately said, "Yes." Long Fei said, "From today onwards you are now my, Long Fei's, women, and no one can bully you except me. Also, you are not servants, so you do not need to bow and kneel. As my woman, I will give you the whole world." With just a few words, the hearts of the 4 fox women melted. In their hearts, Long Fei was too powerful. Not long later, Big Sister let go of her head. When she saw Long Fei, she threw herself into Long Fei's embrace and choked with emotions. "Idiot, why did you come back?" Long Fei lightly patted her back and said, "You are my woman, I will not allow anyone to bully you." Big Sister was moved once again. She looked at the flushed faces of the 4 junior sisters beside her and then looked at the chaotic scene around them. She immediately understood what had happened. The faces of the 4 women became even redder, as red as water. Big Sis said, "What about the others?" And there were also over 100 fox women, of course. Every one of them was stunning. Long Fei turned evil, lay under them. Since Foxwoman can settle it in one go, then sleeping clothes was the best way. It was also the most primitive, most crude, and simplest way. Big Sister was startled, her small mouth pouted, revealing a feigned jealous expression. "My honey, aren't you too greedy? Can your body take it?" The fox woman was different from humans. In the process of slapping, they would absorb the vital energy of a certain man. Anyone who interacted with them would be absorbed by them. This was something that they could not control. Big Sister, the reason why the 4 major disciples were subdued by Long Fei was also because they had absorbed the powerful essence of Long Fei's body, causing them to be unable to extricate themselves from it and become intoxicated within it. Otherwise, even if Long Fei was strong in a certain aspect, he wouldn't be able to subdue 4 people in one go. Long Fei laughed. "You can say that I can't do anything else, but in this aspect there is nothing that I can't do." Long Fei's physique was special. Because he is Long Fei. Dragon. The demand in this area is also extremely strong. Big Sister laughed lightly. "All right, my honey is mighty, my honey is domineering, my honey is the strongest, hee. Bring the other sisters." A few minutes later, another large group of foxwomen entered the ancient cave. Long Fei once again began his slaughter of the world. Just like at the beginning, the moment these foxwomen were touched by Long Fei, their bodies would immediately soften. Half a day passed. In the entire fox race, only the clan leader and grandma were being held captive in the thorny forest, unable to leave or enter. She had no idea what was going on. He was stupefied. Over 100 foxwomen were forced to sleep by Long Fei, and for some reason, the profound yang in his body did not decrease, instead it increased, and he felt his body become hotter and hotter. This heat came from the dragon-shaped mark on his arm. It was as though something had been activated. Pain? Excited? Long Fei himself was not clear about this, and thought to himself, could it be a side effect caused by excessive lust? F***ck. Could it be that I can't use it anymore? But I don't feel that my aspect is bad, and I've already taken more than 100 of them. I am more agile, and I don't feel any discomfort, so how could I not be able to do it? What the hell is going on? Just as Long Fei was panicking, his arms suddenly caught on fire. Chapter 2068 Embarrassment. Chapter 2068 Embarrassment too wild? Or was it for what reason? Long Fei was unable to control the heat in his body, as if his body was about to explode. Just when he couldn't figure out the reason, his arms suddenly burned. Boom! The entire cave erupted in flames. The beam of fire soared into the sky and shot out from the gap in the tree hole. It was as if a dazzling light had exploded in midair. The entire deep abyss mountain let out a loud roar. Just like the roar of a gigantic demon beast, the deep abyss mountain trembled. All the demon beast and large tribes within the mountain were crushed. Even the deep abyss mountain's sacred mountain started to tremble. In that instant, at the top of the sacred mountain, Guxiang Ancient knelt on the ground. Seeing the strong light that burst out from the direction of the Origin Fox Valley, his heart sank and immediately said, "King Demon, your prediction has been fulfilled." Roar! The air above the mountain peak moved, and a black hole appeared. A man whose entire body was suffused with a golden glow walked out of the hole. The man's aura was exceptionally chilly, and his aura spread out. In less than a moment, all of the demon beast in Deep Abyss Mountain kneeled down, and did not dare to move even an inch. The demon emperor had come out of seclusion. 10,000 beasts kneel. The entire deep abyss mountain trembled violently once more. At this moment, roar! A demon beast roar came out. Following that, all the demon beast in deep abyss mountain kneeled on the ground and roared, welcoming the spirit demon emperor who was out. Demon emperor, king of demons, the entire primordial divine warplane, and even he was probably the only spirit demon emperor among the 100,000 planes controlled by the main temple. Many strong demon beasts had painstakingly cultivated to human form. They had forgotten their original appearances and had always been training according to the standards of a human, treating themselves more and more like humans. To reproduce with humans, slowly transmogrify. It had lost the original power of the demon beast and its special physique. However, it's different here. This was the deep abyss mountain, a forbidden grounds for humans. The demon beast tribe had been rooted here ever since their ancestors had been driven here. Training hard. They had to bear the devastation of the polar storm and the extremely difficult natural environment of the extreme Earth, plus the hatred between them and the humans. Their cultivation had never left their very nature, and had always made breakthroughs in their own demon beasts. Millions of demon beast, billions of demon beast, had cultivated to become a demon emperor. This was the most terrifying and strongest person in the deep abyss mountain. The eyes of the demon emperor were ice-cold and expressionless. He raised his eyes slightly, looking at the light that was gradually disappearing from the Origin Fox Valley, and said calmly, "Go to the sacred monument first." Gu Xiang Ancient immediately replied, "Yes, sir." When he raised his head, the demon emperor was no longer where he was, and had instantly disappeared. His speed was beyond his imagination. The Gu Xiang Ancient said excitedly, "The strength of King Demon has increased by a step. The demon race of our deep abyss mountain is about to rise again." Inside the ancient cave, Long Fei's right arm was burning, but he couldn't feel any pain. These flames were burning the scorching energy in his body. "My honey! Milord! Sir, your hand!" Many of the foxwoman's had bitter expressions. Seeing Long Fei's arm on fire and how worried they were, many of them started to scream. Big Sister wanted to step forward. Long Fei immediately shouted, "Don't come near me." This was dragon fire. It could also be said that this wasn't dragon fire. It didn't matter to him, but as long as others came across a little bit of it, they would definitely be instantly burnt to ashes. Last time, Long Fei used dragon fire to clean up the poison in his body. However, he forced the power of the dragon-shaped mark out by himself. This time it burned itself. Moreover, the dragon fire on his arm was also different from the dragon fire from before. This draconic fire was even more powerful. During the process of combustion, Long Fei's arm seemed to be moved by some kind of heavy force. That kind of ancient world's power was growing in his body, and it seemed like he could feel it, but at the same time it also seemed like he couldn't. Dragon-shaped mark did not appear in the Chaos Realm, but he had no idea how they appeared when he first entered the Devil Island. What did this dragon-shaped mark represent? Long Fei did not know either. He only knew that there was some kind of enormous power hidden within its body. If he could completely unleash this kind of power, not to mention the main temple, even the sovereign real face would be easily killed in front of him. Now that it was suddenly ignited, Long Fei did not resist and let it burn. The flames gradually decreased. Long Fei listened carefully, but the system beep did not ring. In other words, the dragon-shaped mark did not change at all? No power? Long Fei was a little depressed in his heart. My arms are already roasted, and I haven't even gotten a fart? Or could it be? Is the dragon-shaped mark not under the control of the system at all? Damn! The flames were extinguished. Long Fei's arm returned back to normal, but the dragon-shaped mark on his arm became even more ferocious, especially that dragon head. At the same time, The dragon-shaped mark had also grown a little, shining with a black light. With a flash of black light, the dragon-shaped mark also completely sunk down without any changes. Long Fei moved. He wanted to feel the change in the dragon-shaped mark, but he didn't feel any change. Looking at the system, there was still no change. How strange! Long Fei muttered, "Why do I feel power growing while I'm burning, but I don't feel anything right now? Or could it be that the activated power is hidden within the dragon-shaped mark? F***CK. Just what is it? I wonder if the colossal dragon knows about it." Long Fei moved his body and entered the dragon coffin. "Hey, giant dragon, what happened to the dragon-shaped mark on my arm that was suddenly ignited? I thought I was going to be burned to death." The colossal dragon raised his eyes and said carelessly, "You will know about it in the future. Don't disturb my sleep if there's nothing else." Finished. Without waiting for Long Fei to leave his dragon coffin cultivation mode, he was immediately blown away by the huge dragon. After Long Fei left the room, the huge dragon suddenly soared into the air, rolling around before finally rolling on the ground, grinning from ear to ear. "Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. It has been activated. It's activated. The ancient world is starting to wake up. Ha ha ha." He looked just like a 250 idiot. However, just when the huge dragon was happy like a fool, Long Fei's idea came in again and scolded. "If you don't say it, then don't say it. If you send this daddy out, do you believe I won't beat you to death?" Before he could finish his words, he saw the gigantic dragon rolling around the entire world. The entire world of Dragon Coffin was trembling as if it was about to collapse. The gigantic dragon did not expect Long Fei's idea to once again enter the dragon coffin. His expression was startled, his entire body covered in mud, his appearance a little funny. So awkward. Chapter 2069 Ancient Inheritance. Chapter 2069 Ancient Inheritance. So awkward. The lofty, overweeningly arrogant and domineering dragon coffin divine guardian dragon actually became like a child playing with mud, rolling on the ground. He was just like a retard. Was seen by Long Fei over and over again. The situation instantly became extremely awkward. The colossal dragon was stunned for half a minute. Then, it turned its body, revealing its majestic body. Coughing, it asked, "What did you see?" Long Fei shrugged and said, "I promise you, I didn't see anything. Other than rolling around in the mud and laughing along with an idiot, I didn't see anything else." Poochie. Long Fei couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "Ha ha. Ha ha. I didn't expect you to be like this. Ha ha ha." The dragon's face turned green. He opened his eyes wide and spouted flames from his nose. Long Fei held back his laughter and said, "All right, I won't laugh anymore, but you have to tell me what is the power of the ancient world, and what is the dragon-shaped mark on my body?" He saw it. Naturally, he heard what the colossal dragon said. The giant's eyes darkened again as it said, "You want to know?" Long Fei nodded. "Yes." The colossal dragon replied, "If I don't tell you, then I won't tell you." "What about it?" Long Fei. The colossal dragon roared, "I made you laugh, I made you laugh. If you laugh again, do you want to know the power of ancient world? Do you want to know what the dragon-shaped mark is?" "I won't tell you, I won't tell you." Anger was written all over his face. If Long Fei wasn't the owner of the dragon coffin, he would have instantly made Long Fei disappear from this world. Long Fei said, "You won't tell me? What you did just now, I'll find a few masters who can tell stories under the sky bridge, or someone who can write novels, and have them create 17 or 18 episodes, and even split them into 3 episodes. Every day they'll talk about how you rolled around on the ground, how you smiled like a retard. I can't do anything about it. That's all I can do. Find a crew and tour around. That's all." Long Fei laughed evilly like a hooligan. Spread the news among the humans might not bring about any consequences, but who can guarantee that the people of the dragon race won't find out? Who can guarantee if it will spread to the universal large world or not? Lord Giant Dragon, don't you think so? The colossal dragon was stupefied. Playing hooligan with Long Fei? Even 10 wouldn't be enough. It was just as Long Fei had said. If the people from the dragon race knew that he was behaving in such a way, then they would really lose a lot of Feis. Zhang Xian's face darkened. The colossal dragon said, "Let me tell you, you won't spread what you saw just now, right?" Long Fei laughed. "Of course, Long Fei, will keep my promise." Dragon hesitated for a moment. "You can't know about these things. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you about it. The power of the ancient world is extraordinary. The inheritance is also different. The Dragon Manor is one of the great clans in the ancient world. Although it is not a big power, it is definitely one of the superpowers, coupled with the strong physique and power of the dragon race. It has allowed the dragon race to continue existing in the ancient world for millions of years, but they have yet to receive any special power from the ancient world, which is also the ancient inheritance. When a crisis strikes in the Dragon Manor, the combination of your father and mother would only be able to produce you. When you were born with an abnormal sign. The ancient inheritance entered your body. Also, follow the dragon mark into your body. When you continuously break through, it will slowly open and awaken the power of the ancient inheritance. The burning of the dragon fire just now was a sign, which means that the ancient inheritance has begun to awaken. At the moment you cannot feel this kind of power, nor can you control it. Only when you are strong enough to enter the universal world will you slowly sense it. Although the colossal dragon was unwilling, he spoke very seriously. Long Fei asked, "Is the ancient inheritance very strong?" The colossal dragon's eyes widened. "Of course, it's very strong. It's not just strong. It's the reason for the crisis in the Dragon Manor." At this point, the colossal dragon suddenly stopped. "No more." Long Fei's gaze tensed up and he muttered to himself. The ancient inheritance is the reason behind the crisis that Long Fei is facing. Is Long Fei's crisis happening because of me? What's the ancient inheritance on me? The colossal dragon shook his head. "I really don't know about that. Even if I do know, I can't tell you. The world is born. They are all born from the ancient world. The chaos in the world, the ancient power, these inheritances and their powers could be a brand new power, a power capable of destroying the world. All right. I've said what I should, I've said what I shouldn't, now." The huge dragon looked at Long Fei. Long Fei said, "Don't worry, I forgot everything, of course. Sometimes it might ring like giant dragon blood." The colossal dragon glared at him and said angrily, "That won't do, you promised me that you would break through all the training tasks." Long Fei grinned at the huge dragon's toughness. He could not force it too hard. He did not need the power of the gobbledygook to do so now, and said, "I was just joking." The dragon had a lot of information. According to him, the ancient world was the first world born from heaven and earth, and it could even nurture ancient inheritance. As for the power in his body, perhaps it could improve the world. Or maybe, destroy the world. These words of his were the source of the crisis in the long residence. Everything revolved around him, including the tribulation that occurred only once every 3,330,000 years. Long Fei thought that he understood the dragon race. From the looks of it, nothing was as simple as that. The hidden secrets, the crisis in the Dragon Manor, the situation in the Mu clan, the whereabouts of his mother, everything could only be solved after he entered the universal large world. Huff! Long Fei took a deep breath, retracting the idea and waking up. He thought to himself, to become strong, one still need to become stronger crazily. At this time, Big Sister walked to Long Fei's side and asked, "Hubby, are you all right?" Long Fei's right arm returned to normal as the dragon-shaped mark calmed down and said, "I'm fine." At the sacred monument, Goblin Wolf Leader took out the stone tablet that Long Fei had written his name on and compared it to the words on the tablet. King Demon, exactly the same. He should be. Without waiting for Goblin Wolf Leader to finish speaking, the Demon Emperor raised his eyes and coldly replied, "I can't be sure yet. Inform the other monstrous tribes. Let down the beasts Eriba at the holy mountain." Finished. The Demon Emperor disappeared. Goblin Wolf Leader's body trembled faintly, his mouth was dry as he said, "Beasts Eriba, could it be? The Demon Emperor is going to personally take action?" Chapter 2070 Invitation to a Big Boss. Chapter 2070 Invitation to a Big Boss. Boom, 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 boom. On top of Demon Saint Mountain, the battle drum sounded out, and a deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire deep Abyss Mountain. Then, Beasts' tribes began to step forward. At the entrance of Origin Fox Valley, the old Granny Fox race's expression turned cold. "Thousand Goblin Drum? The Demon Emperor has come out of seclusion. Beasts Eriba? What happened?" Her expression changed drastically. At this time, when she saw Long Fei bringing a group of foxwomen out of the Origin Fox Valley, her expression changed yet again. The women's faces were flushed. His body turned limp. He was walking lightly with a limp. Clearly, the guarding sand on their arms should have disappeared, as they had already been subdued by Long Fei. The grandma's heart skipped a beat. She understood the foxwoman more than anyone. Every single one of them were fox spirits, and each of them was a peerless beauty who could absorb a man's yang energy. As long as it was the Huan of fish and water, it would be unable to control its absorption. If not for that man being able to endure the absorption powers of the 10 Foxwoman S, even with his exceptional talent and strong physique, the 100 Foxwoman S would not be able to withstand him. What kind of person was Long Fei exactly? How fierce was it for such a woman to be captured? Thinking back then, she had sucked up all of her beloved man with a single suck. At that time, she had been in endless pain. How could the gap between them be so great? And here, these women's eyes were completely filled with love, they were completely captivated by Long Fei. Now, she was already in the air, and Long Fei was now the Fox Clan leader. The grandma's heart sank as she asked, "What happened?" Long Fei grinned and said, "I slept in their clothes." The grandma's eyes turned sinister. Long Fei did not care about her expression. After all, he did not want to sleep with her. What's the situation with the battle drum? Is he going to start a war? Elder sister shook her head. I've never heard this kind of drum sound before, but it seems to come from the direction of the holy mountain. An old man from the ancient elephant clan walked up and said, "Master, this is the demon battle drum. The sound of this drum is summoning the beasts' tribes. Something big has happened." "That's right, the Demon Emperor might have come out of seclusion." An old man from the fierce tiger race added. Long Fei muttered, "Beast tribes? Demon Emperor?" At this moment, Goblin Wolf Leader descended, her breathing was ragged and she was in a hurry. She walked to Long Fei's side and said, "Master, King Demon has a request." As soon as he finished, the fox old lady's expression changed. She was shocked to the point that the Goblin Wolf Leader was extremely respectful to Long Fei. Even the Demon Emperor was alarmed. What was his background? Long Fei asked, "What do you want me to do?" Goblin Wolf Leader said, "Master, you will know when we get there." Long Fei smiled and said, "Can you not go?" Goblin Wolf Leader was startled, then shook his head, "You must go." Long Fei laughed, "What if I don't go?" Goblin Wolf Leader's expression changed, and he said, "Sir, you have to go, or else." His gaze looked towards the fox tribe behind Long Fei. Big Sis immediately stepped forward, "Hubby, you don't need to worry about us." "Yes. Don't worry about us, we're not afraid of anything." Hubby, do what you want. All of them were for Long Fei's sake. Long Fei was extremely moved. Looking at the goblin wolf leader, he gave a bland smile and said, I was just joking. Since this is an invitation from King Demon, I must definitely go. What if? Is it a big boss? Goblin wolf leader was startled and asked, What is a big boss? Long Fei smiled and said, Even if it's a super powerhouse, to be able to meet with such a powerhouse is also an honor. Demon Emperor? I've never seen it. The ruler of the Deep Abyss Mountain was naturally a super big boss. How could they miss such a big boss? How could they not invite a boss? Long Fei was starting to look forward to it. Goblin Wolf Leader said, Rest assured, it will definitely benefit you. You are the first human to let the Demon Emperor out of seclusion, and the first human to let the 1,000 Goblins war drum ring, so you might be the only human in the world. Finished. Goblin Wolf Leader slightly bent his body, like a servant. He moved his hand and said, Master, please. Long Fei took a step forward. The fox race followed him. Long Fei brought a large group of girls and headed towards the Deep Abyss Mountains, Sacred Mountain. At the same time, in another place, I can feel it. The sound of the drum comes from a golden mountain. This mountain is a bit special, it should be the holy mountain they were talking about. With a flash, the figure returned to its original position. Then the boss must be there. Li Yuanba laughed simple-mindedly. Boss likes to cause trouble. Just now, there was a powerful ray of light that shot into the sky, and now that the demon drum has vibrated too, I'm sure boss is on that mountain. Ziyu impatiently said, Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go over. The group of 5, who had been searching for Long Fei for the whole day, did not have a clue. Finding someone in such a vast deep abyss mountain was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Hanba said, This is the Deep Abyss Mountain, the drum sound just now. If my guess is not wrong, it should be the 1,000 Goblins' great drum, the drum sound that summoned the beasts' tribes. If Long Fei is really on the sacred mountain, I'm afraid that right now. Li Yuanba was instantly enraged and shouted, Who the hell touched half a hair on my boss head? I'll kill his entire family. As soon as he finished, Li Yuanba carried the giant spirit coffin on his back, held it in his hand, and quickly rushed towards the holy mountain. The remaining 4 people also quickly headed towards the sacred mountain. 1,000 Monster Mountain. 18 huge demon drums were still rumbling in the sky. At the top of the sacred mountain, it was a huge square. A beast's eribo was placed in the center of the plaza. The magical symbols of the demon clan were engraved in the surroundings, and along with the sound of the demon drum, these magical symbols began to flicker with a fluorescent light, which then illuminated the sky, just like a beam of light rising from the ground. On the holy seat in the sky, the Demon Emperor gently supported his head with one hand and secretly locked the space between his brows. No one knew what he was thinking. Those who entered the sacred mountain all came out to kneel down. No one dared to look the Demon Emperor in the eye. Because he was the Demon Emperor, the supreme existence. The Guxiang ancient whispered, Is he really the person in the prophecy? Elder Lai who shook his head and said, I can't be sure right now, but this is the first time in tens of thousands of years that a human with the name Long Fei has appeared in the Deep Abyss Mountain. The one we're waiting for? Guxiang Ancient asked. Can he bring us out of Deep Abyss Mountain? However, Guxiang Ancient lowered his voice and said, It seems that the Demon Emperor is a little unhappy. If the Demon Emperor were to take action, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Chapter 2071 10,000 Slaughter, U1. Chapter 2071 10,000 Slaughter, U1. We're here. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Everyone from Beast's tribe stood up, stretching their necks to look at the entrance. Goblin Wolf Leader first knelt down, and then bowed to the Spirit Demon Emperor, who was floating on top of the golden throne in the sun, and then said, King Demon, Long Fei has arrived. Long Fei raised his eyes. He stared at the levitating throne. From his angle of view, he saw that the divine seat had blocked out the sun. The afterglow of the sun burst out from behind him. Coupled with the golden radiance on his body, it formed into an extremely strong and dazzling radiance. It was just like the sun wheel behind Lord of Buddha. The golden light was dazzling. A super big boss? Heh heh. Long Fei's mouth revealed a smile. The eyes of the spirit demon emperor on the throne twitched, and she looked at Long Fei. Thousands of meters away. But, in that instant, it was as if Long Fei's body was completely unable to move, as if he was bound by the demon emperor's gaze, and his entire body was also completely seen through as if he was unclothed. Strength, speed, cultivation base. At this moment, everything was exposed to the demon emperor. This feeling made Long Fei very unhappy, and he couldn't help but shout out loud, "Do you have a fetishism? Want to see it? Should I take off all my clothes and let you have a look?" Goblin Wolf Leader's heart sank. The eyes of the surrounding beasts' tribes members changed. "How dare you speak to the spirit demon emperor like that? Don't want to live anymore?" Gu Xiang Ancients and Elder Lai, whose expression also changed drastically. They wanted to defend Long Fei, but seeing the demon emperor's expression darken, they didn't dare to say a single word. The demon emperor coldly asked, "You are Long Fei?" Long Fei replied casually, "I asked even though I already know the answer. So what if it was the demon emperor? Not to mention the demon emperor, even his father wouldn't be able to take it seriously." In Long Fei's eyes, the spirit demon emperor was a boss, a big boss. Did he have to respect the boss? Should he bow down to the boss? Would he want to play the League of Heroes to show filial respect to Dalong? The demon emperor's eyes became even colder. Many demon clan leaders on the side bellowed, "Kid, do you know who the person talking to you is? Be honest, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Just look at him, he's tired of living. King Demon, no need to waste words with him, activate him directly. Kill him. You dare to be this disrespectful to King Demon." One berating voice after another sounded out. In their hearts, the demon emperor was the supreme protector of them all. The reason the Deep Abyss Mountain had developed to this day was because they had the protection of the demon emperor. 100,000 planes, that was him, the demon emperor. The power he controlled. The path of demons. It was also a Tao of laws for 100,000 planes. The Goblin Wolf leader also lowered his voice. "My lord, you have to be careful of what you say. If he makes a move, you won't have the slightest chance." Long Fei grinned and said, "Really? This is the kind of difficult challenge I like. I like this type of super boss. This is what happens when you drop it a lot, it feels great, hee hee." Long Fei laughed excitedly. The stronger the enemy, the more coquettish he became. The more excited he got. Goblin Wolf leader's gaze darkened. He was now a little regretful of his decision from before. He should not have alarmed the spirit demon emperor, and even more so, brought Long Fei to the sacred mountain. The demon emperor's eyes widened slightly. Buzz. Imperceptibly, a force shot out. The entire arena instantly calmed down. Those who were still speaking had their mouths gaped open, unable to utter a sound. The suppression of this attack was extremely powerful. At least, Long Fei couldn't do it. The spirit demon emperor looked at Long Fei and said, "You are Long Fei, you are the name that appears in the sacred steel inscription, and the person that appears, according to the legacy of the Deep Abyss Mountain, you can bring us out of the Deep Abyss Mountain. But the human world has many people with the same surname. How can we prove that you are Long Fei? The master also sent a message, as long as you can beat the beast's Ariba, you are Long Fei, the predicted person, the one who will lead us out of the Deep Abyss Mountain." So, a surge of power burst out from the demon emperor's body. Buzz. A loud sound was heard from the center of the square. Boom. Boom boom boom. One after another, 4 figures fell from the sky. Each figure that exploded fell was followed by a black demon tree that dropped vertically from the sky and nailed to the ground. When the 4 trees landed, a boundary immediately appeared. The surrounding 10,000 runes glowed even brighter. The arena was born. Beasts' tribes roared in unison. His voice pierced through the skies, resounding through tens of millions of kilometers. Even the main temple felt it. What is the deep abyss mountain doing now? Who knows? What kind of things can happen in a place like this where there's no shit and chickens don't lay eggs? True. Wherever's demon clan goes, they will be forever trampled under the feet of our main temple. If it wasn't for someone saving them back then, the demon clan would have long ago disappeared from this world. He ignored them, because they did not put the deep abyss mountain in their eyes at all. What could a group of demons do? Entering the polar regions? They couldn't do it. His voice was shaking the heavens, causing Long Fei's eardrums to hurt. Looking at the stage, Long Fei thought in his heart, fight in the stage? Step up one by one. Long Fei took a step forward, but was stopped by Big Sis. She lightly shook her head and said, "Hubby, don't go. Don't go. Beasts Ariba can't fight." Long Fei said, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." The old lady of the fox race said indifferently, "Beasts Ariba, it's not a one-on-one battle, but a group fight. It's a group fight with you. No one can withstand this kind of fight, even if you grasp the power of the ancient code, even if you have some special power. Once you enter the Beasts Ariba, you will only have one outcome, you will die." And he died without a complete corpse. The goblin wolf leader slightly said, "Master, if you can hold it in, and if you win, then you are the person from the prophecy. You will rule over all of Beast's tribes." A duel to become a gang fight? And it was 10,000 people beating him up? The challenge was difficult, and not just in terms of difficulty. The 1,000 goblin tribe was fine, but the thing that Long Fei was truly afraid of was the demon emperor on the divine throne. The energy aura on his body was extremely dense, to the point that it was almost unshakable. However, if he wanted to defeat the boss, he had to do it through the Beast's Ariba. Only by winning could he challenge the boss. Then again, if he won, he would be able to rule over the Deep Abyss Mountains goblin tribes. To Long Fei, this was an extremely strong power, and he needed this kind of power to support him. He needed them to enter the battleground. At this moment, the spirit demon emperor laughed lightly. "Long Fei, you don't dare? You can choose to give up. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." His smile was filled with contempt. In the Beast's Ariba, no one had been able to last until the very end. The man in the prophecy, Long Fei, was nothing. Right now, he was only unhappy with the demon emperor. The tone of the demon emperor's voice made him feel extremely unhappy. And again, how could a boss not be killed? Fight. Chapter 2072, Blast Everything. Chapter 2072, Blast Everything. Long Fei never submitted. Looking at the disdainful expression on the demon emperor's face, Long Fei smiled lightly and said, "I have given up, and you still want to be the demon emperor who rules over the 1,000 goblins? Heh heh." Long Fei rubbed the bridge of his nose and said, "There is nothing in this world that I, Long Fei, do not dare to do. Come. Let me witness your Beast's Ariba." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's figure moved, Wang. He landed right in the middle of the arena with a powerful force. He swept his gaze across the entire arena and arrogantly said, "Those who want to die, get the hell down here." Quite wild. When his voice fell, Beast's tribes was even more enraged and seethed with anger. 2F** King Arrogant. How dare he act so arrogantly in our holy mountain? If we don't beat him down, I won't believe you today. King Demon, give the order. I can't wait any longer. Humans tremble. With such an appearance, I wouldn't be convinced even if it's the person in the prophecy. For a moment, Killing intent rose in his heart. The demon beasts were all abnormally cruel, they were even more so, as if they wanted to tear Long Fei apart. The spirit demon emperor's eyes grew cold, looking at Long Fei, who was in the center of the stage. His finger moved slightly, and he said, "Since you have jumped onto the stage, then we shall begin." He coldly said, "Go." In that instant, the tens of thousands of spirit demon tribes in the deep abyss mountainess in the surrounding area all flew down. It was strange. The stage in the center of the plaza looked small, only less than 100 square meters, but it was large enough to hold over 10,000 warriors, and it was also very spacious. Obviously, this was a strange boundary arena. Gu Xiang Ancient looked at Elder Lai Hu and said, "Should we make a move?" Fierce Tiger said, "We have already lost, do you want to lose again?" Gu Xiang Ancient was stunned for a moment and did not say a word. In the center of the arena, the clothes on Long Fei's body fluttered, and countless demon warriors stood around him. Over 10,000 demon warrior, some of them had transformed into beasts the moment they appeared. Into their most primitive form. An angry growl escaped his throat. Saliva dripped down. To them, Long Fei was a rare delicacy. The blood essence on Long Fei's body smelled of craving. Long Fei lightly hooked his finger and said, "Come!" Roar! A crimson-red gorilla rushed out from his beast form, causing the stage to shake, the immense pressure pressing down on Long Fei like a thick wall. Roar! Both of his fists hugged, as he smashed them down at Long Fei. "Get on the ground!" It was incomparably violent. He erupted with his most primal of strengths. His fists turned into axes, slashing through the air and striking Long Fei on the head. Right at the moment when his fist was about to hit, Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, schwa. His speed changed. Landing in front of the giant gorilla, he grinned. "The one lying down is you." Boom! With a leap, his right leg lashed out like a whip and his foot landed on the head of the gorilla. Crash! Rumble! The gorilla fell to the ground. Long Fei did not use any of his power, it was all the pure power in his body. Accompanying the loud sound, the battle also burst out at once. The overwhelming demon warrior smashed down crazily, and in a few moments, Long Fei was entangled tightly. His entire body, the entire sky and the ground were all wrapped up like a gigantic ball. Explosions were constantly heard. Long Fei's fists were like a violent storm as they struck out. At the same time, his body was also enduring the attacks of the torrential storm. These demon warriors were each more brutal than the other. Even though the power that Long Fei had released was incomparable, they did not have the slightest bit of fear. On the contrary, it became even more brutal. This was especially true after seeing the blood. "Grandma, can Master Long Fei endure it?" The twins clenched their fists tightly, looking at Long Fei, who was wrapped up by the goblin tribe in the middle of the stage. They could not even see Long Fei. He was even more clueless about his current situation. The old fox lady shook her head and said, "No one can resist the beast's Ariba." Big Sis immediately said, "Patriarch, you said that husband Long Fei will die?" The old fox woman said, "Not only will he die, he will also die so badly that his body cannot be found. He will be eaten by the monsters in the arena." Before he could finish his words, Big Sister suddenly took a step forward, wanting to fly into the arena. It was just that. Being pulled back by the goblin wolf leader, he asked, "What do you want to do?" "You will be unable to do anything if you go up. This is something that he must experience, and if he cannot bear it, then that is his life." The fox old lady turned her head and looked at the fox woman behind her, and said lightly, "All you can do is pray, and pray that he doesn't die." Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out from the peak of the sacred mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Li Yuanba and the other three had arrived. However, he was stopped. Li Yuanba did not pay much attention to it, and was too lazy to waste his breath on it either. He directly lay down on the ground in a few steps, looked at the sacred mountain's summit, and asked, Tianling, how is it? The space between his eyebrows tightened and said, Boss Aura was enveloped by the auras of over 10,000 demon beasts. There should be a fierce battle. F***CK. Then what are we waiting for? Attack! A golden light flashed from the body of the descending dragon. After Han Ba and Ziyu withdrew, the Sky Spirit and Li Yuanba chased after them quickly. Bang 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 bang. Its attack speed was as fast as lightning. Blood splattered everywhere. Long Fei's entire body was covered in blood, the over 1 million worth of blood from the gigantic elephant shield above his head had all been used up. The power of these demon warriors thought very fiercely. He couldn't defend at all. Long Fei did not try to defend himself either. The anger mixture entered his body. Long Fei's body erupted with a blood-red light. Ah! With a furious roar, in that instant, a fist landed on his face. Long Fei was beyond furious, and she moved her left arm. A Buddhist light burst forth. Power of Buddha! Rumble! A fist shot out, and in that instant, the power of thunder and lightning that came with it exploded out. The surrounding lightning field was struck into nothingness. A large part of the demon warriors were blasted away. He also saw the cold and disdainful look on the demon emperor's face. His face was extremely ugly. The spirit demon emperor looked at Long Fei and sneered, showing no interest in watching further. The power of Buddha was seen through by him. He had already known about the power of Buddha on Long Fei from the very beginning. F***CK. Long Fei cursed in his heart. With a move of his right hand, the Yama edge descended. Boom! With his black broad saber, Long Fei leaped up and increased the distance between them. With a flip of his body, he threw out a slash, thousands of people beheaded. Boom! Another large number of demon warrior were blasted away. Long Fei did not stop. Divine power surged as the death blade chi on the Yama edge dispersed. In that instant, the dragon-shaped mark on Long Fei's arm flashed a little. This little bit of light had fused with the black blade chi. 10,000 years in a second, time seemed to stand still. Following that rumble, the entire arena broke apart. The spirit demon emperor suddenly stood up and stared at Long Fei. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2073 Beast Transformation by the Demon Emperor. Chapter 2073 Beast Transformation by the Demon Emperor. Who else? Long Fei stood in the center of the stage and let out a heavy roar, his voice brimming with an limitless domineering aura. With a single glance, he swept across the entire arena, and in the end, his gaze landed on the Demon Emperor's body. Their eyes met. An explosive sound resounded in the air as the two powers collided. The dense chi continued to interweave together. Killing intent. Anger. It was incomparably savage. It was as if they were the only two people left in the world. Beasts Ariba, 10,000 demon warrior were directly blasted away by Long Fei, leaving him alone on the stage. How powerful was this? The surroundings were in disarray, as he painfully howled at the demon warrior on the ground. The tens of thousands of warrior were screaming in pain. Those demon clan members who didn't enter the arena were immediately scared silly. Since the birth of the beasts Ariba, not a single human had been able to survive, let alone all of the warriors. Awesome. There was only two words that could describe Long Fei. Gu Xiang Ancient's heart shook as he muttered to himself in a low voice, "Looks like he really is the Long Fei on the sacred monument. He really is the human that was predicted." Elder Lai, whose heart also sank as he became incomparably excited. The demon wolf, on the other hand, laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha." The old fox woman had an awkward expression. The twins mischievously laughed and giggled. "I knew Master Long Fei wouldn't lose, hee hee." The girls felt relieved as well. Looking at Long Fei, who was on the stage, their hearts started to admire him even more, and they started to crazily love this man even more. After a long time, the Guxiang ancient said in unison, and said lightly, King Demon, Beast's Eriba has passed. He should be the one who predicted it. Without waiting for Guxiang ancient to finish speaking, the Demon Emperor coldly shouted, and said, Did you pass? Am I not still here? As soon as he finished, the eyes of the entire demonic clan turned cold. Is the Demon Emperor going to make his move? The Demon Emperor was about to make his move. They had never seen the Demon Emperor take action, but no one doubted his strength. Guxiang Ancient said, This King Demon, he should not be wrong, so there's no need for you to personally test him, right? The Spirit Demon Emperor stared at Guxiang Ancient. Guxiang Ancient immediately knelt on the ground, not daring to say a single word more. The Spirit Demon Emperor coldly replied, I am the Demon Emperor, the ruler of the deep Abyss Mountain. I say whatever I say, whether or not he is the person in the prophecy, I have the final say. His voice was filled with rage. As he spoke, his eyes became even colder as he stared at Long Fei. Long Fei grinned and laughed. I was just afraid that you wouldn't come. How could he let go of a big boss? According to the rules of the Master, if Long Fei could pass through the beast's Eriba, then he should be the person they had predicted, and the person they had been waiting for. However, the Demon Emperor had his mission. The Demon Emperor took a step into the air and said faintly, The demons of the deep Abyss Mountain have once been framed by humans, and have also been saved by humans. That's why for generations, we have never left the deep Abyss Mountain, and have always been waiting for a person to appear. But this man may lead us to destruction. Ancient entry. The Demon Emperor's voice sank and he continued, That's a place that cannot be opened. You will bring us to destruction, so if you want to become the person of the prophecy, then you must pass through me. As he spoke, he descended. As he spoke these last words, the Demon Emperor coincidentally landed on the arena stage. Long Fei looked at the Spirit Demon Emperor. The aura on his body was unusually thick, and was even stronger than the aura on the bodies of the 10,000 demon warrior combined. It made people feel fear. However, the stronger the boss, the higher the drop rate. Long Fei became more flirtatious. Long Fei said, So what if you say so? Why didn't you say you were bringing it to the peak? The Demon Emperor said, There's still a month before the polar storm begins. Half of the deep Abyss Mountain will be frozen, and half of the demon warrior will not be able to endure it. How are you going to bring them to their peak? Can you block the polar storm? If you can't, how will you enter the extreme lands, and how will you be able to open up ancient entry in the darkness of death there? It's a place of absolute death. You can't get in. The Demon Emperor said with a heavy tone. Polar storms were the most violent and the most savage natural disasters in the extreme regions. The deep Abyss Mountain was incomparably vast. However, once the polar storm came, more than half of the mountain range would be frozen, and the creatures inside would have nowhere to run, dying instantly from the cold. The terror of the deep Abyss Mountain. Its existence was to protect the human world from the cold, to prevent the cold from the polar regions from invading humans. The demons in the deep Abyss Mountain suffered for generations. Every time a storm struck, the polar storm would suffer a tragic blow. This time, the polar storm was bigger than the last, and the demons with weaker cultivations would probably die in the storm. How could he resist it? There was no way to block this natural disaster at all. If they were to head to the polar regions, apart from death, it would also mean death. Long Fei's brows tightened and said, I can't do anything, but I will do everything I can to protect my friend, and do everything I can to protect what I should protect. The Demon Emperor smiled coldly and said, All right, then let's see how you protect the thing you should be protecting. In that instant, the voice of the Spirit Demon Emperor moved, and suddenly disappeared. Long Fei raised his eyes, and in an instant, he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Boom! Under the attack of the Spirit Demon Emperor, the thick and strong Spirit Demon power came crushing down. Long Fei's arms went numb, and he couldn't take it any longer as he retreated. So fierce! Long Fei shouted, and the moment the Demon Emperor appeared, his gaze tightened and locked onto him. Ding! Target locked! Buzz! Long Fei roared out with his strength in his heart. Power of the Killing Principle, activate. The Power of the Sky Principle. Open. Fuse. Under Long Fei's domineering power, the two powers of the ancient code fused into the ultimate boxing. His fists sank. He faced the sky and exploded. Long Fei roared, "Lie down!" Boom! Boom! When the blasting fist was blasted out, its power was like a flame as it followed the Demon Emperor into the void. This should be the strongest power of the Blasting Fist. Blasting Fist. Once locked on, he would be able to kill. With two law energies added together, who could resist them? Long Fei's strength had once again exceeded his expectations. Seeing the fist wind that was like flames attacking him, he did not let his guard down. The sound of explosions resounded through the air like thunder. To die or not to die. The sky was like a battlefield, constantly exploding. Long Fei did not know what happened, but he did not relax because the system beep did not make a sound. Even if a mosquito was killed, a system notification would sound. But, after half a minute, the only sound that could be heard was a series of explosions, but they did not hear the sound of the system beep, which meant that the Spirit Demon Emperor was not dead. Long Fei's eyes turned serious. A Spirit Demon Emperor that can block the blasting fist of the ancient code? In that instant, the void shattered as a golden lion charged down. Chapter 2074 Long Jaunting. Chapter 2074 Long Jaunting Golden Lion. In that instant, the entire audience was stunned. Beast form of the Demon Emperor? Oh my God! He can actually force the Demon Emperor into a beast form? What was that move just now? The Demon Emperor is going to die if he transforms into a beast. It definitely won't be able to block the Demon Emperor's beast transformation power. The beast transmogrification power of the demon race would become stronger, and the primordial power would burst forth with it. What happened in the void? Forcing the Demon Emperor to transform into a beast? Long Fei did not know either, but he was also thinking about this problem. If even the afterimage of Zhan Wushuang could not endure the power of the ancient code Blasting Fist, then was the Demon Emperor stronger than Zhan Wushuang? Without waiting for him to consider all of these, his body sank. Roar! A roar. The golden lion pounced downwards. Long Fei was not willing to be outdone, so he met it head-on. However, it all happened in one fell swoop. Long Fei's body fell from the sky. Before he could even get close to the Golden Lion King, he was only hit by the Golden Lion's aura. His body wouldn't be able to take it. Boom. Bang. He hit the stage heavily. Pooh. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, his face becoming pale white, as though his chest was being ripped apart. The pain was unbearable. Looking at the gigantic golden lion in the sky, its entire body flickering with a golden light, Long Fei smacked the ground with his right palm and shouted, "Again!" Buzz! The Yama edge landed in his hand and leaped into the air. The Yama edge in his hand released a death blade chi, and he fiercely chopped down. Rumble! Golden light burst forth, but the golden lion remained motionless. The kind of air shield in his body had completely blocked Long Fei's attack, and could not even harm him in the slightest. F***ck. Long Fei cursed in his heart. Looking at the golden lion, he thought to himself, how strong is this defense? In that instant, the golden lion disappeared. Long Fei's heart went cold. Crap! He couldn't feel the golden lion's place. Rules of movement. Long Fei had not felt any fluctuations of power at all. The realm of the middle god was like a piece of trash, completely useless. Boom. It tore through the air and fiercely stabbed forward. Poochie! Long Fei didn't have time to react before he was sent flying once again. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fell down heavily, not waiting for Long Fei to hit the ground. The Golden Lion King madly smashed downwards, smashing against his chest. Just like a lightning bolt, each time it would strike a point. Once, Long Fei's body would be blasted out of its concave shape, just like a skinned shrimp. He couldn't stop it at all. His body's defensive power couldn't even be released, completely unable to keep up with his reaction. He was the Demon Emperor. The one and only Demon Emperor among the 100,000. He controlled the magic rule. His strength was peerless. Even if he was the god of the main temple, he could still trample on them. This was the terrifying thing about the deep Abyss Mountain. This was also why the evil god had repeatedly reminded him of this. Once upon a time, the evil god also wanted to persuade the Demon Emperor, but the Demon Emperor simply ignored him. After that, the evil god took action, but he didn't get any advantage at all. How powerful was the Demon Emperor? Long Fei was not a match for him at all. Pain. Pain. Long Fei fell from midair. His chest seemed to have been penetrated as all his internal organs had been displaced, overturned the situation, and he spat out mouthfuls of fresh blood. It was incomparably painful. Rumble! He heavily smashed into the arena. With a boom, the arena also cracked and crumbled into ruins. Long Fei laid in the middle of the ruins, blood flowing out of his mouth. His breathing was weak as he stared at him with his two giant golden eyes, filled with disdain. Just like you, how are you going to bring the monster race to its peak? Huh! He suddenly shouted. The Golden Lion King did not attack again, but stared straight at Long Fei. At this moment, Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and roared in his heart. The Golden Lion King said angrily once again, "Are we going to let the entire goblin tribe accompany you in death? Could it be that you want the entire spirit demon race to be stripped away like how you were in the Chaos Realm? So what if you are Long Fei? Can you afford the consequences? You can't afford it." It was as if each and every word was a blow to the heart. The Golden Lion's words were 1,000 times more painful than the pain he caused. Long Fei looked like he was stopped in his tracks. He could not say a word. Just as the Golden Lion King had said, could he give the monster race a future? Would he be able to guarantee that the future would be the peak, not death? Long Fei's heart tightened. He thought about the scene of his own family members, his own brothers, and the scene of his woman's soul being peeled off, and he thought about how Jojo didn't even know her, and had been wanting to kill him the entire time. His heart felt like it was pierced by a steel needle. Yet, what can I, Long Fei, guarantee? Can you guarantee what you'll get in the future? I can't promise anything. Long Fei's fighting spirit slowly faded as his heart turned cold. If you follow me, you will only suffer, and only disaster will befall you. I can't give anyone safety. He's right. All I can bring with me is destruction. Destroy. Long Fei mocked in his heart. The Golden Lion King's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on his body, causing him to become clear-headed. His arms and legs lay paralyzed on the ground, staring at the sky. I can't change anything. Long Fei's heart sank. It was as if he had entered a bottomless abyss of darkness. I'm so tired. I'm really so tired. It's like I'm sleeping. I think I'll stop to rest for a bit. Slowly, Long Fei closed his eyes. His heart sank into the abyss, and with a plop, he lay still. Think of nothing, do nothing. He just wanted to fall asleep. Suddenly, "Boss! Boss! You dare to hurt my boss? I'll kill you!" When Li Yuanba saw Long Fei lying in a pool of blood and not moving an inch on the ground, his fury exploded to the pinnacle in an instant, as though he had entered the body of the Vajra body in an instant. He rushed forward arrogantly. Heavenly Spirit, Descending Dragon, also charged towards the Golden Lion with complete disregard. Ziyu, on the other hand, rushed towards Long Fei while disregarding her own safety, as tears unknowingly flowed out of her eyes. Han Ba roared, a dense power of disaster surging out. Among Long Fei's Sumi rings, Jojo's heart suddenly trembled. She stopped looking for the direction to go. She suddenly froze where she was, and muttered, "Young master?" She felt something in her heart. For some reason, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. His heart ached. Other than killing Long Fei, there was nothing else in her mind, but right now, it was as if he had never used this emotion before. This feeling was one of longing. A name popped into his mind, "Young master." He didn't know why. Yi Zichen stood there in a daze. Boss, boss, boss. Long Fei. One voice after another sounded like they came from beyond the heavens. Long Fei felt that his vision was becoming more and more blurry, and the sound was also becoming softer and softer. In the end, he could no longer hear anything. His heart closed. No matter how loud the voice was, it could not be heard. Suddenly, just as Long Fei's heart was about to enter the bottomless abyss, a benevolent voice filled with love sounded out, "Fair." Chapter 2075 Power of the Dark. Chapter 2075 Power of the Dark. A voice. Long Fei's silent heart seemed to have recovered her heartbeat. Plop! The idea moved and suddenly stood up in the bottomless abyss. Looking at the direction of the voice, it anxiously called out, "Father." The voice was extremely familiar. It was precisely his father, Long Zhanting's voice. A middle-aged man walked out of the darkness. With a benevolent smile on his face, he looked at Long Fei and said, "Fair." Long Fei rushed forward, and in an instant, he couldn't help but choke back his emotions and said, "Father, I missed you so much, I miss my mother so much, I miss you guys so much." Long Zhanting's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he choked with emotion. "Fair, father also missed you, I believe your mother is also missing you, I believe that our family will eventually reunite one day." Long Fei asked anxiously, "When? Where is mother?" Long Zhanting shook his head. "I can't tell you now, even if you know now, it's useless." Without waiting for Long Zhanting to finish speaking, Long Fei said with a wry smile, "I'm too weak now, I know that the Long residents and Mother's Mu clan are in great danger, I know that it's all because of me, I know that I'm useless, I know that I can't save Mother, I know that I can't save the Long residents, I know that I can't save everyone beside me. I know." As he spoke, Long Fei's tears fell. He wasn't willing to accept this. He was doing his best, risking his life, but his enemy was too strong. Forget about the big boss in the universal world. He couldn't even handle these 100,000 planes. How could he face those super unrivaled powerhouse? He really couldn't take it. Long Zhanting said, "You are currently very strong, much faster than I expected, a lot. Also, the ancient world's power in your body has begun to awaken. Fei, you're stronger than anyone. No one can beat you. No one can. The Destiny God cannot, the Sky God cannot, Zhan Wushuang, the Sovereign, and the Demon Emperor's Golden Lion cannot as well. What you have to do is to keep that fearless heart of yours alive." Fearless heart? Long Fei asked. What exactly is it? The meaning behind the fearless heart's words were very simple. However, it must have some other meaning. Otherwise, his father, his mother, would tell him more than once to keep his heart on edge. Long Zhanting said indifferently, "You will know in the future. Fair. Even though your mother and I are not by your side, we will always watch over you. When you enter the universal large world one day, the entire world will tremble for you and we will once again reunite." Long Zhanting said lightly. He understood how heavy the burden on Long Fei's shoulders was. He also understood what kind of heavy mission Long Fei was carrying. However, from the gods' martial continent to the primordial divine war, how long did Long Fei use? More than 10 years. Who could be so fast? To those super powerhouse, 10-odd years of time were nothing more than the flick of a finger. For Long Fei to be able to do this had already exceeded his expectations. This was inseparable from his efforts, and now he couldn't fall down. He had to continue forward because he had to rely on his own strength to pass through the 100,000 planes of this trial ground. These 100,000 planes would be the first starting point of his life. Can't fall down. Long Zhanting's figure slowly retreated into the darkness, his voice also becoming fainter and fainter as he said, "Fair, training together is all to make you stronger. Hurry up and wake up, Li Yuanba and the others are still waiting for you. A lot of people are watching you and waiting for you to wake up. Wake up." Long Fei wanted to follow him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not catch up to his father's figure. He anxiously asked, "Father, can you not leave? Can you take me to see Mother? Can you take me to find Grandfather and the others?" Long Zhanting's voice sounded at the end, you will meet them. As long as you maintain your fearless heart's pace, you will see everything. Fair. Mother is waiting for you. Dragon Manor, Mu Clan is waiting for you. I was waiting for you too. Go for it. As his figure disappeared, so did his voice. In the infernal realm, the corner of Long Zhanting's eyes moistened as his heart grew heavy. Fair, it's been hard on you, my child. If he could, he was willing to bear all of the pain and suffering on Long Fei's body, and he was even willing to undertake the mission that Long Fei had entrusted to him. However, none of this works. Everything that Long Fei had experienced, he had to endure by himself, carry it, and walk on the thorny path step by step. Only then would he be able to grow. Only then would he be able to break through. To save everything. Otherwise, everything that the Long residents and Mu clan had done was in vain. Not only in the past, but now and even in the future, everything was in vain. If that were the case, the Long residents and Mu clan would face annihilation on Long Fei's body due to excessive waste of resources. Father, father! In the bottomless abyss, Long Fei shouted with all his might. There was no response from his father. Long Fei's heart sank again and said, "What else can I do? Mother! What can I do?" Suddenly, Li Yuanba's angry roar exploded in Long Fei's mind. "Injuring my boss." The sound exploded. Long Fei's heart was shocked. "Yuanba. Brother!" Ziyu's voice rang out as well. "Ah!" Long Fei muttered. "My woman!" Hanba also hysterically roared out. "Friend!" Amidst the Sumi rings, Jojo's voice sounded out in Long Fei's mind. "Young master." It was just a light sentence. Long Fei's heart fiercely trembled. "Jojo." F. Long Fei's eyes fiercely glared as the enraged evil dragon seemed to have awakened from its rage and heavily said, "I cannot collapse, I absolutely cannot collapse here. I am Long Fei. I am from the Long family. The people of the Long family are fearless. I still have brothers, I still have women, I still have friends, and I even have people I want to protect. Even if the world falls apart, I will still carry them. So what if you're a polar storm? So what if you're an ancient entry? I'm not scared, I'm going to do it." "Ah!" Long Fei roared again. His heart that had sunk into the abyss suddenly flew up, rushing into the light. Following that, Long Fei's eyes fiercely shook. Buzz! A loud sound echoed out. Next, a dragon's roar burst out from Long Fei's body. In that instant, Long Fei fiercely sprung up. The dragon-shaped mark on his right arm seemed to have been activated as a black energy wrapped around his entire arm. Long Fei's body was slowly held up by a powerful force and slowly floated into the air. The black energy unceasingly churned, wrapping around Long Fei's body completely. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for activating the power of the dark. Thank you for your support. Chapter 2076. I'll show you what qualification is. Chapter 2076. I'll show you what qualification is. The system beep descended. The black mist surrounding Long Fei's body suddenly retracted, and the dragon-shaped mark returned to its previous tranquility, without any fluctuations. However, the power Long Fei felt in his heart was completely different. Excited, overjoyed. He could not help but think in his heart, the power of the shadows, is this the power of the ancient world? Is this the ancient inheritance in my body? He didn't know. He only knew that this hidden power was abnormally strong, so strong that he had to use all the divine power in his body to release it. He had never seen such a skill. Boss! 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 Li Yuanba exclaimed excitedly as he looked at Long Fei, who was in midair. The evil aura on his body also receded along with it. His body could not help but return to its original state. With the body of the Vajra body being overtaxed, Li Yuanba almost couldn't stand steadily. However, he did not care about what happened to himself at all. He wore an excited smile on his face, because Long Fei had lived anew and had stood up anew. That was enough. The same goes for the descending dragon. However, several wounds appeared on their bodies. Hanba did the same. Looking at Long Fei, he felt an indescribable feeling of excitement in his heart. For some reason, this feeling was just this strong. Just like a lighthouse in a world of confusion, the light that began to weaken instantly turned into a beam that illuminated thousands of kilometers. As for the violet-robed man, he was crying tears of joy. He stood up. Hubby! Ha ha! He actually stood up? So what if you stand up? Even if he were to stand up 100 times, the result would still be the same. His strength is not a match for the king demon at all. Exactly. The demon emperor in his beast transformation state can be said to be invincible. The Fox Race's girls were happy. The surrounding demon clan members disdainfully ridiculed him. When Long Fei stood up, it was the same as when he did not. There would be no change in the outcome. Long Fei would still lie on the ground like before. Furthermore, never get up. Long Fei's gaze became slightly serious as he said, Tianling, descending dragon, stand down and protect Yuanba. Leave this boss to me. Long Fei looked at the demon emperor, who was covered in a thick layer of golden air shield, and said coldly, Earlier, you asked me what basis I have and what qualifications I have. I'll tell you now. Just based on the fact that I am Long Fei. Just because I can be as strong as the main temple, just because I'm not afraid of you. What about you? So what if they are demon clan commanders? What did you do? What did you do? He obviously controls the power of the magic rule, and he's clearly just a golden lion king, yet he's hiding inside the dog hole like a dog. Long Fei said one sentence after another. There aren't that many reasons in this world. Just do it. Anything is possible. What the F***K was he going to do if he just sat there and waited for death? Like a dog. Crack! The two golden eyes of the demon emperor darkened as fury burst forth from him. The surrounding demon clan warrior was even more furious and despised him. You dare to call King Demon a dog? You're courting death. He's simply courting death. King Demon, kill him. Kill him. For a moment, Long Fei infuriated the beast's tribes, and countless of people were roaring loudly. The demon emperor's position in their hearts was incredibly sacred. No one is to be insulted. Long Fei's words were undoubtedly an insult to the demon emperor, as if he was humiliating the entire Deep Abyss Mountains demon clan. Only the Guxiang ancient, Elder Lai Hu, and a few other people had their heads buried. Indeed, the spirit demon emperor was very powerful, even the gods in main temple might not be his match, however. All these years, other than the demon tribes that he had never cared about in the Deep Abyss Mountain, he had never said a word. He was the commander of the demon race, but this had nothing to do with him. Of course, they were not demon emperors. They did not know what the demon emperor was thinking. The spirit demon emperor looked at Long Fei and laughed coldly. Seems like you found a way to deal with the polar storm? It seems like you also found a way to open the ancient entry? Long Fei shouted, No! Not a single one. The demon emperor said in disdain, Since there isn't any, what qualifications do you have to teach me a lesson? A defeated opponent. He emphasized the word defeated heavily. He was using these 4 words to remind Long Fei, You're not fit to teach me a lesson. In this world, strength was what mattered. A defeated opponent simply didn't have the qualifications. Long Fei smirked and said, You'll know what qualifications I have. As soon as he finished, Long Fei's right hand formed a claw with 5 fingers, and a ball of dark mist rose from his palm. The demon emperor's forehead tightened. New power. Just now, Long Fei did not use it, nor did he see the fluctuation of this kind of power from Long Fei's body. Long Fei said indifferently, That's right. The demon emperor sneered and said, Even if you had more power, it would still be useless against me. Long Fei, despair, you can't take on this burden, even if you are the person in the prophecy, you can't. Cold contempt. So what if Long Fei obtained a new power? He also didn't care about it, because this was the deep abyss mountain, the world which he ruled. Here. He is the king. Long Fei's gaze darkened as he said, Whether or not I can bear the burden will be known after I bear the burden. I am not like you, who is cowering in a dog hole. He had humiliated the demon emperor once again. The anger in the demon emperor's heart flared up once again as he roared, You're courting death. In that instant, shwa! A golden light exploded and a lion's roar resounded in the air. The golden light filled the sky and came crushing down. The 3 mighty golems raised their heads to stare at the skies, their fists clenched tightly. She was worried for Long Fei. Fox Woman was the same. Long Fei stood in place motionlessly, and said with a cold smile, Then let's see who's courting death. Right at the moment when the golden light was about to fall, Long Fei suddenly moved. The black light exploded. As if he was a spirit with consciousness, before the demon emperor's power even descended, he directly absorbed all of the golden light. Long Fei could clearly feel it. The energy released by the demon emperor was completely sucked into the black hole. The heck! This is the power of the dark. Long Fei was shocked. The golden light was being devoured. The hidden force Long Fei released also instantly penetrated through and wrapped around the demon emperor's body. In that instant, Long Fei followed the rules of moving the hidden force and took a step forward. Boom! It landed in front of the Golden Lion King. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a sinister smile, and said, I'll let you know what qualifications are. Chapter 2077, The Dark Force of Zero. Chapter 2077, The Dark Force of Zero. A punch flew out. The spirit demon emperor was disdainful. His golden lion shield was a magic rule. Even if Long Fei trained in it, the killing principle would not be able to destroy it. His defense was something that Long Fei could not shake. However, his disdainful expression instantly stiffened. Boom! A solid punch landed on his face, causing blood to spurt out from his nose. It seemed like his golden lion shield was just a decoration. No. To be exact, all of his defenses were for decoration. Blood sprayed out from his fist. Even the demon emperor himself felt a little stunned. Even if he did not have the golden lion shield, even if he did not have the power of the magic rule, just based on his physical defense alone, Long Fei would not have been able to harm him. Yet, the blow had caused blood to spurt out from his nose. What happened to the demon emperor? The demon emperor is injured? How is that possible? He defeated the magic rule in one move? Am I seeing things? What happened? Beast's tribes was also in a stupefied state. If it weren't for the fact that the blood on the Demon Emperor's nose was still spurting out like crazy, many people would have thought that they were seeing things. The Demon Emperor's eyes darkened as the power in his body exploded out once again. Buzz! However, at this moment, the power of the darkness surrounding his body was engulfed and absorbed into the black hole. Long Fei punched out again. Bam! His front teeth were knocked out and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was in a stupefied state, and he was completely dumbstruck. He did not know why all of the defenses on his body had disappeared, and all of the energy he released had disappeared. Furthermore, right now, he was not even comparable to an ordinary disciple of the demon clan. This was the same as a normal human being who had never had a martial arts training before. 0 defense, 0 attack, 0 speed, 0 cultivation. This feeling, maddening. It made the spirit demon emperor go crazy, but it made Long Fei excited. He was ecstatic in his heart. Motherf ****, this is the power of the shadows, this is the power of the shadows. Isn't that too outrageous? Devour everything. Absolute zero. Ha ha! That's great! Long Fei roared out. Although he did not know what was going on with the Demon Emperor, he was a little clear about how powerful the power of the darkness was. After releasing the power of the darkness, all the holy power value on Long Fei's body disappeared. Tens of millions of holy power value became 0. The consumption of the power of the darkness did not have a specific amount, as its release used up all of its holy power value. The more holy power value there was, the stronger the endurance would be. Long Fei thought that expending the energy in the air, using his holy power value, was an incredibly powerful killing move. After unleashing his incomparable power, he was still a little worried that he wouldn't have the strength to use another cultivation technique after releasing his hidden strength. From the looks of it, there was no need to worry at all. The power of the darkness was 0. Absolute 0. It would swallow the opponent into nothingness. Such a powerful existence. While he's sick, take his life. In an instant, Long Fei's fists were like a violent storm as he punched out. Every single punch he threw out caused him to shout, "Qualification, qualifications, qualifications, are you enough? Is it enough? I'm just asking you, is that enough?" Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. From the sky all the way to the ground, Long Fei rode on the body of the spirit demon emperor, madly exploding at his head, venting out the anger in his heart. He was unhappy. It was quite unpleasant. He almost lost his will to fight just because of a few words from the demon emperor. I almost died here. If the demon emperor gave him one last heavy blow, he would definitely die, however. Why hadn't he punched himself in the end? What kind of powerhouse was the Demon Emperor? Would he not know the principle of taking his life while he was ill? But why did he not kill him in the end? Disdain? Mercy? Probably not. Long Fei roared as he shouted, "Are you qualified enough?" There was not a single sound from the top of the sacred mountain as all of them looked towards Long Fei. They didn't know why Long Fei had suddenly become so strong. He did not know why the Demon Emperor had suddenly been crushed, and he did not even have the chance to retaliate. They could only watch on dumbfoundedly, unable to do anything. The Demon Emperor had been blown into a human shape. He could not endure the beast transmogrification any longer and had even turned into a human form. His face had even been smashed to smithereens. However, he did not let out a single scream of pain. However, a trace of a smile was revealed on his face. He seemed to be very pleased with himself. Happy. An excited smile. Long Fei did not understand and said solemnly, "What are you laughing about?" The Demon Emperor said, "I'm laughing at how strong you are. I'm laughing at how you are the prophetic person. I'm feeling happy." Huh! Long Fei's eyes turned cold. When he looked at the spirit demon emperor more seriously, he did not see any trace of the boss's golden glow on his body. Just the glow that was released by the magic rule just now was the glow that came from the Golden Lion King's unique attribute. Now that the magic rule's hidden strength was tightly suppressed, his Golden Lion's strength was also suppressed. There was not a trace of light left on his body. He's not a boss? Long Fei's heart sank as he asked, "Who are you?" The Demon Emperor looked at Long Fei, his eyes not showing the slightest desire to fight, and said weakly, "I am the one who was waiting for you, the one who saved the demon clan all those years ago told me to wait for you here. She's your mother." At this moment, Long Fei's body trembled, and a droning sound came from his head, as he asked in a low voice, "Then why did you?" He didn't understand. Why is the Demon Emperor doing this? Right now, the Demon Emperor only had a tiny bit of health left. It could be said that he had used up all of his energy, so what was there to do? The Demon Emperor did not feel any pain from the injuries on his body. With a smile still hanging on his face, he said, "Three Tribes has the Three Tribes' mission. I have my mission. Long Fei, my mission is to wait for you. Then, she will pass on to you the magic rule that your mother passed on to me. But I am too conceited, too underestimating your potential. You're really strong, just like your mother said. Every second you're changing, every second you're stronger than the last. Long Fei, come, kill me." Finished. The Demon Emperor closed his eyes. Long Fei's body trembled. He saw that the Demon Emperor was asking for death. But Long Fei did not move. He felt that the Demon Emperor was not lying to him, he was waiting for him. The Spirit Demon Emperor saw that Long Fei did not make a move, and said again, "If you kill me, you will obtain all of my inheritance. Long Fei, my lifespan is already gone, it is your mother's power that has allowed me to hold on till now. All these years I have been in seclusion and did not come out, in order to reduce the consumption of my lifespan, waiting for you to appear. If you kill me, you can obtain my inheritance, you can become a Demon Emperor, you can become the ruler of the deep Abyss Mountain. Faster! Kill me!" This was also what Mu Wanner had instructed them to do. This was the most direct method for Long Fei to absorb his inheritance. This was also the Demon Emperor's own choice. Long Fei was unwilling to help, so the Spirit Demon Emperor's body bounced, and crashed into Long Fei's forehead. The last bit of blood on his head fell. The Spirit Demon Emperor fell to the ground slowly with a smile. The system sounded out. Ding. Chapter 2078 Demon Emperor's Explosion. Chapter 2078 Demon Emperor's Explosion. Long Fei was startled. He did not have time to react as the Spirit Demon Emperor suddenly charged at him. Moreover, in that instant, the power of darkness had already disappeared, yet he had retracted all of his defenses and powers. He's like this, just seeking death. For him, all these years of waiting were just for Long Fei to appear. He had lived for so many years with extreme caution, and he treasured every minute and every second because he was worried that he would not be able to wait until the day Long Fei appeared. When he heard that Long Fei had appeared, came to the front of the sacred tablet and saw that the name was exactly the same as the name on the tablet, and even the handwriting was exactly the same, he knew that the person he was waiting for had appeared. Thus, from that moment on, he made all his preparations. He wanted to repay Mu Wanner for saving his life, repay her for passing on her legacy, and repay her for everything she had done to the spirit demon race. Let Long Fei obtain all of his strength. This was the best form of repayment. This was also the limit of what he could do. The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Demon Emperor Golden Lion for obtaining 10 million experience, 10 million holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Demon Emperor's legacy. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at Middle God Level 2. The system beep continuously rang out, dropped items and leveled up. They should have been happy about this, but… However, Long Fei was unable to get happy. He looked depressed. Looking at the Demon Emperor's legacy, floating in the system, his heart tightened. He didn't feel good in his heart either. The Demon Emperor had used his entire life to help him. Was this what he was after? Long Fei's heart became complicated. He didn't know how to face it. Killing off holy artifact and dropping equipment should be something to be happy about. This was the only time Long Fei wasn't happy about it. At this moment, Guxiang Ancient walked up and looked at the Demon Emperor's corpse as he knelt down and kowtowed heavily, then looked at Long Fei and said, "My lord, the Demon Emperor's choice was not wrong. His lifespan was exhausted long ago, and he managed to survive until now by relying on only one breath. He was waiting for you. You are now the Demon Emperor. You must become the Demon Emperor and lead us out of the deep abyss mountain, towards the peak of what you have said." At this moment, Goblin Wolf Leader also walked over and knelt in front of Long Fei. Elder Lai who also knelt down. Everyone from 3 tribes all kneeled down. Next, one by one, the thousands of demon tribes kneeled down. They had heard the Spirit Demon Emperor's words clearly. Long Fei was the Spirit Demon Emperor, the new Demon Emperor. Long Fei frowned. The Guxiang Ancient said, "Master, everyone has their own mission. The mission of our entire deep abyss mountain is to wait for your appearance. The Demon Emperor did it in order to pass on his legacy to you. If you don't accept all of this now, then what the Demon Emperor has spent millions of years doing is equivalent to wasting his time. Then, the hope that the deep abyss mountain's demons are waiting for will be shattered as well." "My lord," Guxiang Ancient replied heavily. Then, Goblin Wolf Leader roared, "King Demon!" Boom! The sound of the explosion shook the entire peak of the True God Mountain. Soon after, tens of thousands of demons roared and shouted in unison, "King Demon!" Boom! 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 Layers upon layers of bombardment shook the 9 heavens. A huge commotion. Long Fei slightly raised his eyes and tightened his gaze. He stood up, looked at the surrounding demons kneeling in worship, clenched his fists tightly and said, "Okay! From now on, I am the Demon Emperor." It was also at this time. The sky shook. In the direction of the main temple. The deep abyss mountain's Demon Emperor has fallen. Ha! Ha ha! This is a joyous occasion. The magic rule that the Spirit Demon Emperor controls is not any worse than the power of the ancient code that we control. Ha ha ha! The disturbance just now was as though they were kneeling in worship of the new Demon Emperor. The new Demon Emperor? So what? A Demon Emperor without a magic rule is just trash, not even a threat. That's true. While they were talking, at the peak of the extreme deep holy mountain, Long Fei moved and roared, "Release your metamorphic energy value." Since he accepted it, then, the Demon Emperor's inheritance would be brought to its peak realm. He had used his life to help him. If he did not display his full strength, it would be an insult to the Demon Emperor. Release of metamorphic energy value. The power of the Demon Emperor's inheritance suddenly moved, and emitted a violent sound. Rumble! The 9 heavens shook. The main temple shook slightly, and all of the gods in the main temple opened their eyes and stared fixedly in the direction of the deep abyss mountain. Power of laws! Could it be? Is the magic rule being controlled again? The new Demon Emperor? Who is it? Every single Tao law was an incomparably powerful force that even the gods of main temple wanted to possess. Buzz! A loud sound echoed out, followed by a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the limits of the magic rule. Do you wish to fuse it? Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining Everlasting Summoning Golden Lion King S. Do you wish to receive them? 2 notifications sounded. Long Fei was ecstatic. He can summon Golden Lion King? Ha ha ha! And it's a permanent summon? And then, he could not care about fusing with the magic rule, but rather, he moved his idea and summoned it. Rumble! The air exploded, and an incomparably strong golden lion king rushed out of nowhere and landed in front of Long Fei with a loud voice. King Demon. Beasts' tribes was stunned. Demon Emperor? Long Fei looked at the golden lion king. Demon Emperor. The golden lion king let out an excited roar, and said, "Thank you, King Demon, this is my new student. Stronger than before." He did not know why, but he knew that it was definitely related to Long Fei. He was already dead in order to enter the reincarnation cycle, but a powerful force had summoned him back. In that instant, his body seemed to transform once again, becoming even stronger. The only difference was that he could not take human form. However, that was enough. The beast transformation was what he liked. Long Fei was overjoyed at the reappearance of the Golden Lion King, and at the same time, in his heart, he was also thinking, "Mother, is this your power?" Why could she summon a Golden Lion King under the stimulation of metamorphic energy value? This had never happened before. Moreover, why did his mother tell the Golden Lion King back then that dying would be the biggest help to Long Fei? Had his mother thought of this at that time? Long Fei looked up into the sky and muttered, "Mother, thank you." Regardless whether her mother was the system's owner or not, regardless of whether she was the one who arranged all of this, as long as she was aware that Long Fei was her mother, it was enough. Then, Long Fei then said, "Mother, I missed you so much." In the distance, the 18 oracles within the main temple all flew towards the deep abyss mountain. "Thank you for your support." Chapter 2079 What was he going to do? Chapter 2079 What was he going to do? With the death of the spirit demon emperor, the magic rule should disappear as well. However, the magic rule appeared out of nowhere and descended once again. Whose body did the Tao inheritance land on? No matter who it was, this person couldn't live. He had to kill the magic rule before he completely grasped it, so as to avoid any future troubles. 18 oracles rushed over. Each of them held a divine weapon in their hands. Although he was a oracle, to be able to be a oracle, his cultivation level was still higher than an ordinary peak high god powerhouse. No matter who it is, they have to die. The power of the ancient code is a power that our main temple controls. No one should even think about absorbing it. Back then, the King of Assassins, Night King, and the Master of the Magic Rule, the Golden Lion, were both out of the control of our main temple. The two of them are the living humiliation of our main temple, and the Night King cannot kill them. The main temple's gods discuss. 18 oracle were more than enough to deal with the new demon emperor who had just gained control of the laws. As long as the new demon emperor died, the magic rule would lose its inheritance. This way, it might be able to return to the main temple, and when the sovereign returns, he would definitely be able to give them the reward of this Tao. Thus, that was why they would work so hard to send out the 18 oracles. At the top of the sacred mountain, was secretly pleased with the Golden Lion King's summoning. At least, the Golden Lion King's revival made Long Fei feel a little comfort in his heart. He was alive, freshman, and it was even stronger. More importantly, the magic rule he cultivated in was still there, and it did not disappear when Long Fei burst out. Long Fei's mind was set, and he silently thought in his heart, "Now, let me see the power of the magic rule." The magic rule, its peak. Fuse. Buzz. The system released an explosive sound, and a powerful force directly surged into Long Fei's body. Immediately after, Long Fei felt his strength increase by a bit. And then, Long Fei slightly clenched his fists, and slightly released the power of the magic rule. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The aura released from Long Fei's body instantly turned into the color of gold, just like the air shields that were about to be released. However, The Golden Lion King was the same color as gold. The air shield that was released from Long Fei's body wanted to be as dazzling as the sun. The dazzling light became stronger. The Golden Lion King trembled slightly, looked at the air shield on Long Fei's body, and said excitedly, "Master, he is truly a god. He just obtained the inheritance of the magic rule, and in less than 10 minutes, he has cultivated to the highest level, admiring to the extreme." His heart was filled with incomparable shock. "Indeed, it's as my benefactor said. He's a peerless genius. No, using the word genius to describe him is simply an insult. He's completely a monster." Long Fei sensed the defense of the air shield and asked faintly, "Is the power of the magic rule just defense?" His magic rule was indeed at its peak condition. However, he did not understand magic rule. The Golden Lion King immediately said, "Not only defense, the strongest power of the magic rule is offense. It can summon 10,000 demons and at the same time, absorb their power into the body." Magic rule. The ruler of the demon clan, the demon emperor. Long Fei trembled slightly and asked closely, "If I use the magic rule in a place without demon beast, would I be able to summon the demon race?" The Golden Lion King said, "Anywhere is fine." "Damn! This is awesome." Long Fei had previously obtained a type of skill that could summon demon beast, but that technique was only a type of mental control. However, magic rule was different. Those who could be summoned by Long Fei were all demons loyal to the magic rule, and even more so to the demon emperor. This was the magic rule. The power of the demon emperor. Long Fei withdrew the power of the laws on his body and thought in his heart, "The peak of the magic rule, the peak of the sky principle, the level at which I enter the killing principle, and also the level at which I enter the have not started cultivating the time laws yet. A sovereign? F***ck. Flipping." Long Fei clenched his fists tightly, looked at the space in front of him and said, "Zhan Wushuang, why don't you try again?" At this moment, suddenly, the man took a step forward and said, "Boss, someone's coming. 18 powerhouses." Long Fei slightly raised both his eyes, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he muttered, "Someone from the main temple." As soon as he finished, the beast's tribes trembled, and many people couldn't help but tremble inwardly. Then, Gu Xiang Ancient immediately said, "King Demon, you go first, we'll go first." Elder Lai Hu immediately shouted, "Warrior of the fierce tiger tribe, listen up. In your beast form, follow me and fight." The goblin wolf leader also shouted loudly, "Demonic wolf warrior, listen to me, transform into a beast and follow me into battle. Demon emperor, leave quickly. Hurry up." The beast's Ariba had injured many people in the beast's tribes and no longer had any fighting strength left. At this time, the appearance of the main temple made them even more flustered. Not to mention, of the main temple, a ruler of 100,000 planes. They were completely unable to move. Seeing the panic below, if not for the fact that Long Fei did not move, they would not have dared to flee. This was due to their reverence for Long Fei. If Long Fei was not here, they would have immediately fled in all directions, or even cause an incident where they were stomping on the ground. Gu Xiang Ancient said again, "King Demon, quickly leave. Hurry up. Master, please leave quickly. My lord." They kept on talking anxiously. The 18 oracles got closer and closer. Long Fei stood in place without moving at all. The great Vajrali Yuanba had a simple smile on his face, but he did not move at all. The same was true for the heavenly spirit dragon subduing dragon. It stood there motionlessly as it looked in the direction where the 18 powerhouses had come from. There was no fear on its face, instead, there was an indescribable excitement. Ziyu was quietly standing behind Long Fei. Hanba looked at Long Fei's back and said in his heart, "Why isn't he afraid at all? That's right, Why would anyone who can pull Destiny God and Sky God down be afraid of the main temple? Fox race. If my husband doesn't want to leave, then neither will I. I'm not leaving either. Patriarch, if you want to leave, then go by yourself. You don't have a husband anyway. Looking at Long Fei, who stood there with his long white hair swaying and his clothes swaying, there was only one word in their hearts. Long Fei did not leave. They would never leave. Because Long Fei was their man, the man they loved the most. As if she had received a 10,000 hit, the old granny looked at her clansman and shook her head. A woman is not fit to stay. What kind of evil have I done? Even if others were to listen to me, my entire fox race has been destroyed. And then, she looked at Long Fei and muttered, what exactly does he want to do? Chapter 2080 Monster Race, Fearless. Chapter 2080 Monster Race, Fearless. He didn't understand what Long Fei was trying to do. He should be running now. The only choice. The deep abyss mountain is indeed a very special existence. Many tribes' high-level beasts can withstand the bombardment of the power of law, however. This was just a small part of it. Moreover, and this was only because of the Demon Emperor's power. If not for the Demon Emperor's deterrence, the main temple would not have tolerated the existence of the deep abyss mountain. Now, the main temple took the initiative to attack. Their deep abyss mountain only have one choice: hide. If he didn't hide like he did 10 million years ago and get blown up, this time, a savior wouldn't appear. King Demon, quickly hide. Leave the rest to us. That's right. If we don't leave now, it will really be too late. The three leaders were incomparably frantic. It was as if they wanted to get someone to carry Long Fei away. If Long Fei did not leave, the people of Beasts' tribes would not dare to move. Millions of years ago, their ancestors didn't die, this time. Was it their ultimate calamity? Long Fei said lightly, "How many times have you guys escaped like this?" Huh. Huh. Goose Yang Ancient and Goblin Wolf Leader were dumbfounded. Elder Lai Hu said, "Basically, whenever powerhouses appear, we will dodge them. Even if they pass by us, we have to hide." How many times do you have to ask? Then how many times has anyone heard about this in the past 10 million years? 10 million years. This fear had already sunk deep into their bone marrow, turning into the shadow of a nightmare. It was impossible to dispel, and it took root in their hearts. So much so that he was scared the moment he appeared. Long Fei felt pain in his heart, and he immediately said, "All right. From now on, you all no longer need to be afraid." Huh! King Demon, what do you want to do? Goose Yang Ancient was stunned. Long Fei said, "I said, from now on, whenever main temple's people appear, I will give them a ruthless beating. Kill him once. You are demi-humans. This is your territory. The monster race has never been afraid. So what if you're a main temple? They are just the winners of a bunch of wars." As soon as he finished, buzz! Long Fei suddenly released the aura from his body. His voice turned heavy as he said, "Demon race, listen to me, you are a part of the demon race. From now on, do not need to be afraid of anyone from the main temple. If they dare to come, I will kill them all and make them go back." In that instant, Long Fei rose up from the ground. Whoosh! Liuanba followed closely behind. Shua! The spiritual chi of heaven and the descending dragon flew out in unison. They weren't afraid at all, because they were never afraid of anything. Even if a sovereign was in front of them, they wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. Because, to them, fighting together with Long Fei was a type of enjoyable feeling. 4 figures flew into the air. On top of the sacred mountain, the demon clan members stared in shock. What is he trying to do? Is the king demon crazy? Don't tell me he wants to fight against main temple's powerhouse head-on? He must be crazy. Goose Yang Ancient raised his head to look at Long Fei's distant figure, his heart reflecting, and muttered, "Haven't we been afraid of him for too long? Elder Lai who said, "The strongest power in the 100,000 planes, who wouldn't be afraid?" Goblin Wolf Leader said, "Perhaps? We're just afraid. If we cross over." Just as the King Demon had said, the Spirit Demon race should be fearless. The Golden Lion King raised her head and repeated, "The demon race should be fearless. We should really be fearless." That's right. He's the one we need to wait for, the one who can lead us to the top of the world. While they were talking, buzz! A blinding light burst out from the Golden Lion King's body, and with a sudden movement, a golden light shot up to the sky, roaring loudly, "Monster race, fearless!" Boom! A loud sound exploded on the sacred mountain. Next, Gu Xiang Ancient also jumped up from the ground. "I am going to risk it all." Elder Lai Hu laughed. "I like the feeling of being fearless." "Come." Goblin Wolf Leader laughed sinisterly. "I like it too." The leader of the 3 tribes rushed into the sky. The Golden Lion King also rushed up into the sky. What Long Fei said, especially the words demon race, should be fearless, caused the primitive savageness in their hearts to awaken bit by bit. More and more demon warrior rushed up to the sky and stood side with Long Fei. "I want to go too." Big Sister slightly moved her head. The patriarch pulled her back and scolded her. "Is your cultivation strong? You will be courting death if you go. Fighting is not something that our fox race is good at." "Patriarch, he is my husband. I want to fight for my husband. Have you ever loved a man? Do you know what that feels like? He's my man, and I want to fight for him." Big Sister broke free and took a step into the sky. "I want to fight for my husband too." "Me too." "Patriarch, you don't have a husband, so you won't be able to experience that feeling." "Chief, do you know what love is? Chief, do you understand the feeling of being loved by a man?" The grandma's steps were a little unstable. A single sentence was equivalent to a critical strike, and her small body was almost unable to withstand it. Too sad. He couldn't even breathe. In the end, only the twins were left to support her. She felt a little comforted in her heart and said, "Fortunately, the 2 of you are here. You 2 don't want to go." Bai Ling said, "Granny, about that, if you can hold on to the wall by yourself, we will also fight for our husbands." While they were talking, the twins flew out. The grandma's body shuddered and she staggered back. She was so infuriated that she nearly vomited blood. Incomparable pain. Looking at the fox disciple flying up, she murmured, "I don't know what love is? You didn't know where I was when I was loved." Boom! Suddenly, the demon battle drum sounded out. One after another, the 18 war drums rumbled through the air, each louder than the last. In the sky, over 10,000 demon warriors stood behind Long Fei. Li Yuanba said naively, "Boss, everyone is here." Long Fei was also excited in his heart. Looking at the 18 powerhouses getting closer and closer, he muttered, "Main temple, you F** king dogged me like a ghost, right? F***ck. Who cares who you are, you have to die." Humph. A motley group of people actually dare to act rashly in front of us? A oracle who was the first to arrive, looked at the black mass of land in the air, and bellowed, "What a load of shit!" Li Yuanba took the lead. With a leap, he directly jumped into the clouds. With both hands holding onto the giant spirit axe, he hacked down towards the head of the oracle. Walala! The battle was about to begin. Chapter 2081 Main Artifact Mission. Chapter 2081 Main Artifact Mission. He just didn't submit. It was tough. If you don't care about face, then you don't need to care about face. The moment there was disagreement, Li Yuanba would make his move. Moreover, his full strength exploded forth, crushing down heavily. All of the warrior in the demon race felt their hearts tremble as they said, "Isn't this too explosive?" In the sky, a vertical line that cut through the air fell down, directly hitting the top of the oracle's head. The clothes on the oracle's body exploded. His long hair flew in the air. He raised his eyes and sneered, "Humph! You overestimate yourself, little scumbag, and you think you can hurt even a hair on my head?" As soon as he finished, he took out something that looked like a seal. The seal sank and fiercely crashed into the sky. Boom! The sky exploded and the world seemed to spin upside down. Long Fei and the others felt that it was fine, but Li Yuanba felt like an incomparably thick sky was crushing down on him, and he was unable to resist it. All of a sudden, the forehead of the heavenly spirit tightened as it disappeared from sight in an instant. The sky-flipping seal? Demon warrior frowned. The big size is in danger. It's too dangerous. What is the treasure in his hand? Too powerful. Big guy, it's dangerous. Li Yuanba did not cower in the slightest. He let out a deep roar and said, "Who cares what it is, even if it's the heavens, this daddy will still destroy it." The giant spirit axe in his hand slashed wildly. He slashed out 18,000 axes. The oracle sneered and said, "Even if you have trillions of your fighting strength, it would be in vain in front of this seal." "Is that so?" Just at this moment, an ice-cold voice resounded behind his ears. Oracle's pupils suddenly shrank like wheat. His facial expression changed drastically. You. Oracle's voice trembled, a chill rising in his heart. He did not even know who the person behind him was, so it was clear that. How strong was this person's cultivation? A cold laugh like the weeping of ghosts. The heavenly spirit claw sunk. The dense power of the great ghost vein skill suddenly erupted, and pierced towards Oracle's body. The speed was too fast. They simply did not give the Oracle time to react. The sky-flipping seal could only deal with Li Yuanba. It was already too late to retract it. The sky spirit's hands pierced into Oracle's body like claws, and laughed sinisterly. "Go to hell." Buzz! A strong petrification force exploded inside Oracle's body. Oracle could not take it anymore, and his body kept trembling. His internal organs were constantly being frozen, and he could not feel his own heartbeat. No, don't. At this moment, Li Yuanba flew out and slashed the giant spirit axe in his hand. Boom! Oracle's body split into two. The sky seal fell down from the sky. The sky spirit caught it and threw it to Long Fei. Long Fei controlled his strength and held it in his hand. Looking at the divine seal, he said with a slight smile, "Something on the level of a holy artifact, not bad." At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heaven Flipping Seal. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering Main Artifact Quest. Damn! Main Artifact Mission? That sounds like a big shot, but isn't that amazing? Long Fei could not help but become excited. Speaking of Main Artifact, other than the Dragon Coffin S, he had nothing else. When Dragon Coffin became a training space, it would be more accurate to say that he did not even have an output-type main artifact. If Zhan Wushuang took out the main artifact, all of his attacks would be useless. The sudden appearance of the main artifact mission made Long Fei's heart go wild with joy. Mission level, SSS, quest time, infinite. Task reward, one of the main artifact. Quest description, obtain 20s and will be fused with them. Rub. This is the first time I've encountered a level 5s mission, but 20 pieces of holy artifact, where do I get them? Long Fei looked at the mission description and his heart tensed up again. 20 of them must be from Holy Artifact S. The Holy Artifact S were not ordinary things, they were the peak quality of the Holy Artifact S. Obtaining one would be extremely difficult, and gathering 20 would be even harder than ascending the heavens. Fortunately, this mission had an unlimited time limit. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to complete. Just as Long Fei was struggling bitterly, 17 Oracle S landed on the ground in unison, and also, all of them held a different holy artifact in their hand. Perhaps it was a lute or a zither or an umbrella. All sorts of things. This made Long Fei think of the holy general south of the heavenly court in his previous world. The things that many of them took were also similar, no matter what these holy artifacts are. In short, now, they were all Long Fei's. Long Fei began to laugh wickedly. 20 pieces of holy artifact can complete the mission, but I suddenly realize that this mission is too simple. There are 18 of them here, ha ha ha. The situation suddenly changed. 1 second Li Yuanba was in danger and the next second Oracle was dead. What is the background of these two fellows? Is it a human or a ghost? What speed? What exactly is the power of that big guy? While they were discussing, as the 17 Oracles descended, the demon warriors' gaze tightened. That primal fear returned to their bodies and they started to worry. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled. Boss, they are all holding strange magical treasures in their hands. These magical treasures seem to be special as they all contain this formidable strength. For example, the person holding the pipa, look at the top of the pipa. Huh! Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Luo Long looked at Long Fei, who was already gone. Li Yuanba and the Sky Spirit stood shoulder to shoulder, grinning from ear to ear, with a look of disdain on their faces. King Kong, how many do you want to fight? Li Yuanba laughed innocently. I'm full. The Heavenly Spirit rolled his eyes at Li Yuanba and said, Don't be so greedy, at least let me show you my abilities. While they were talking, one of the 17 Oracles shouted loudly, A mere deep abyss mountain demon race dares to go against our main temple the most. Is he courting death? Yes. He's courting death. But you are courting death. Before he could even finish speaking, Long Fei's figure descended down. Without waiting for the oracle who was speaking to react, Long Fei's right hand moved. It formed into a palm. The power of the killing principle gushed out. Die. Boom. A palm struck onto Oracle's chest, causing his body to split apart. Instantly killed. At the same time, the system sounded out in Long Fei's mind. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Oracle for obtaining 100,000 experience, 100,000 holy power value, and 1 metamorphic energy value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining highest holy artifact Ancient Pipa. As expected, Long Fei was overjoyed. With a glance, he swept across the 16 people and grinned. The 16 holy artifacts are all mine, ha ha. My main artifact, thank you for your support. Chapter 2082 King of Laws. Chapter 2082 King of Laws Consecutive Slashes. Only half of the 18 Oracles remained in a minute. Only now did they clearly see who it was. Long Fei. It's Long Fei. It's Long Fei who killed Sky God and her. How could it be him? He's the new Demon Emperor. In the blink of an eye, everyone was in a frenzy. They did not think too much as they turned around to flee. However, Long Fei would not give them any chance. He released the Sky Principle and coldly laughed. The sky is my world. In my world, everything is under my control. Buzz! Schwa! His figure descended, slashing out with his blade. Another oracle was killed. A system notification sounded. Ding! 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 The system beep never stopped. Long Fei liked this kind of rhythm, this kind of feeling. The man laughed. King Kong, don't even think about killing them. They are all the bosses, ha ha ha. Li Yuanba laughed naively and said, Boss is boss. The two of them were very clear of Long Fei's strength. But beasts tribes did not know, but looking at Long Fei tormenting and killing them in the sky, all of the demon warriors were in a state of shock. Isn't this too intrepid? So main temple's oracle is actually so weak. What's called bad? It's our king demon, alright? Ha ha ha. King demon is mighty and domineering. King Demon, I want to give birth to your little monkey. For a moment, the beast's tribes was in an uproar. However, the main temple was in a state of chaos. He unceasingly ordered the living oracle, saying, "Come back, quickly come back." How could it be Long Fei? How could he be the new demon emperor? Did he obtain the inheritance of the demon way? If he has another rule. Killing principle, sky principle, and the magic rule that was being fused not long ago, with the support of 3 different sets of laws, who could still be his match? This. To be able to control a single law energy, not to mention the power of 3 law energies, it was extremely valiant. Long Fei had control over 3 of them, so it could be said that none of the gods in the main temple were his match. This was the reason why they were so flustered. Lord God hasn't come back yet? This Long Fei is growing too fast. He appeared in Deep Abyss Mountain because he wants to open the ancient passage. If he is able to open the entrance, then. All of their faces changed. This was the time they were in control of. No matter how strong Long Fei was, as long as they hid in the main temple, there was nothing they could do about it. But, once Long Fei opened up the ancient entry, the situation would be different. Once the battlegrounds were taken down, the established main temple would collapse. At that time, their divine sparks would fall, and the power of the ancient code they controlled would disappear from their bodies. They would become ordinary mortals. Their lifespan would rapidly decrease. He would die. Many people knelt in front of the main god's statue and said, "Lord God, come back quickly. You can't let Long Fei continue to be like this." They were really scared. Just as main temple was in a state of panic, a figure broke out from the void. His body was suffused with a divine light, an intense divine light. An enormous aura surged out from the void, directly crushing the panicked aura of the main temple, causing every god's heart to tremble. Powerhouse! Super powerhouse! All of the gods trembled slightly, raising their heads to look. They had thought that the sovereign had returned. However, the figure hovering above their heads was not a sovereign. Instead, it was a young man. Son of God Zhan Wushuang. Son of God. Shouldn't you be guarding the God's mountain? Why is he here? Many people were shocked that Zhan Wushuang had become a divine son, but they did not find it too surprising. However, the God-children's mission was to protect the God's mountain and not to let Long Fei pass through the ancient passage. Not in the main temple. Zhan Wushuang looked at the gods and coldly said, "It's just a mere Long Fei and you guys are already in such a mess. What kind of logic is that? You are deities who are in control of 100,000 planes." The voice was very heavy. The faces of all the gods turned cold. An elder said, "You came here to teach us a lesson? If it wasn't to teach us a lesson, then you should have also taught yourself a lesson. If it wasn't for you, Long Fei wouldn't have become like this." Exactly. Teach us a lesson? You are not yet qualified. They were all gods. They were both gods who had mastered the laws, and they all had their own pride. Who would be afraid of them? Zhan Wushuang smiled slightly. Suddenly, his eyes darkened, and with a flash, he appeared in front of the old man. With a flip of his right hand, a large amount of black energy lifted the old man into the air, and he said coldly, "What did you say? I didn't hear it clearly just now. Can you say it again?" It was extremely cold. Furthermore, Zhan Wushuang made a move, without giving the old man the slightest chance to react. It could be said that the old man, who also controlled the power of law, was someone who had fought alongside the sovereign. He could be said to be a powerhouse who had trained in the law of law. However, he was lifted up into the air by Zhan Wushuang's attack. Facing the black power released from Zhan Wushuang's hands, he had no power to resist at all. The entire audience was stunned. It suddenly quieted down. All of them had their eyes set on Zhan Wushuang, their faces filled with fear. They had never seen the power of this law before. A new power of law? The old man was raised into the air. His expression was ugly as he struggled to ask, Zhan Wushuang, what do you want to do? Zhan Wushuang laughed. I don't want to do anything, I just want you to know that don't put up an arrogant front in front of me, if not you will regret coming to this world. As soon as he finished, he withdrew his strength. The old man fell to the ground and staggered backward. His eyes narrowed. He wanted to counterattack. However, Zhan Wushuang's eyes carried a cold glint and said, I won't give you a second chance. Zhang Xian felt a chill in his heart. The elder suddenly felt a wave of fear in his heart. He didn't dare to release the power of law that he was controlling and instead said with a gloomy face, What are you doing here? Everyone looked at Zhan Wushuang. Similarly, they were afraid of his strength. Clearly, he had grasped a new power of law. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly. It's simple, I need each of you to provide me with the power of the code. The old man's brows tightened. What do you want our power of law for? Zhan Wushuang did not hide anything and said, I want to become the king of laws. The faces of all of them changed. The sovereign of law. For Zhan Wushuang to say something like that, it meant that he wanted to rebel? Zhan Wushuang looked at everyone's expressions and laughed. You guys don't want Long Fei to continue to become stronger either, right? I can stop him, but I need your power of law. I'm not asking for your opinion. Chapter 2083, 120 Power of Laws. Chapter 2083, 120 Power of Laws. His voice was filled with arrogance. The contempt of a superior. It's not about what I'm talking about, but that I have to get it. The faces of the gods changed yet again. The old man said slightly, Zhan Wushuang, even though you are the son of God, do you know the consequences of your actions? The power of the laws was bestowed upon them by sovereigns. Sovereigns were the true kings of laws. Zhan Wushuang wanted to become the king of law. Was this to become a sovereign? Zhan Wushuang said, Consequences? The consequence would be Long Fei dying and the main temple not dying for generations. This is the consequence. And Lord God said that when he is not around, I will be the acting sovereign king. All of you must listen to my orders. Right now I only need one strand of law energy from you. Remember, I didn't mean to discuss it with you, so don't challenge my patience. Zhan Wushuang said indifferently. Long Fei received a new rule. Zhan Wushuang felt an inexplicable sense of danger. If he let Long Fei become stronger, his God's mountain would not be able to stop him, and he had to become stronger. After obtaining the soul of the sky god, his soul-controlling's power had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had even completely mastered the power of the soul-controlling not long ago. A new law, the defense law, the laws of fate, and the soul-controlling that he had cultivated out, he had already mastered 3 of them. Adding on the main artifact S. Between him and Long Fei, who was stronger? If Zhan Wushuang did not have confidence, did Long Fei still have any trump cards? Thus, he had to become stronger, be 100 times stronger than Long Fei, and use an absolutely crushing posture to kill Long Fei. Under the guidance of the black-robed destiny god, he needed the power of the laws controlled by the 100 gods in the main temple. He wanted to control more of the power of law and fuse it together to cultivate the strongest power of law. The power to control everything. Come. I'll give it to you. An old man walked out and said, Long Fei has risen up too quickly. If we do not stop him from entering the battleground, then it will really be too late. Zhan Wushuang, this is my power of law. Buzz. With a flip of his right hand, a surge of pure law energy appeared. Zhan Wushuang smiled faintly. And then, many more of the Holy General S released the power of the ancient code that they controlled. This is the life laws. This is the laws of the earth. This is the law of strength. This is the law of growth. This is... One after another of the power of the ancient code surged out, Zhan Wushuang used a special bottle filled with strange symbols and stored all of the power of the ancient code away. There were a total of 120 types of law energy. Every god in the main temple gave him the power of law. Zhan Wushuang said, "Today's matter." The old man said with a smile, "A strand of law energy does not harm us at all. What happened today will not be discovered by anyone." Anyone, of course, included sovereigns. None of the gods present could match Zhan Wushuang's power. If one didn't give out the power of law, it might just disappear like this. Then again, they didn't want to see Long Fei become stronger, as they were afraid that Long Fei would enter the battleground. If that were to happen, their divine position would become impossible to protect, and it would allow Long Fei to become stronger. It would be better to let the divine child Zhan Wushuang become stronger. With the sovereign gone, this was the only thing they could do. After the sovereign returned, "Then let's talk about it." Zhan Wushuang laughed. "Very good. Don't worry. No matter what happens in the future, your divine position will not be threatened at all." After Zhan Wushuang finished speaking, he moved in the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Inside main temple, the gods looked at each other, and no one brought up what had just happened. It was as if nothing had happened. All 18 oracles have been killed. The eyes of all the gods narrowed, their hearts filled with rage. This time, Long Fei, let's see how long you can remain arrogant for. Kid, you won't have much longer to live. God's Mountain. Black-robed Destiny God saw everything that happened. Black-robed Destiny God said slightly, "You really won't touch them?" Zhan Wushuang, who had just returned from main temple, had a cold smile on his face as he asked, "What do you think? The only law of this world is the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest. Them? A bunch of old things have long been eliminated by this world. The reason I don't kill them now is because they are still useful to me. When I become a law king." Heh heh. Zhan Wushuang laughed sinisterly. Black-robed Destiny God couldn't help but shudder when he saw his sinister expression. Zhan Wushuang laughed. "Relax, you have helped me before, I will not touch you, I will not treat you unfairly after I become a sovereign. Right. Now, I've gathered the law energies of 120 law gods. What should I do now?" Zhan Wushuang looked at Black-robed Destiny God. It was the Black-robed Destiny God's responsibility for him to obtain the power of law when he entered the main temple. The Black-robed Destiny God said indifferently, "I've read about a secret technique in an ancient book from the outer realm that can fuse all the strongest powers from another plane. If this kind of power is combined, it would destroy the heavens and the earth. The strongest power of 100,000 planes is the power of laws. 120 law energies plus the law energies that you control, using the soul controlling as a guide, refining the strongest law energies. Once it succeeds, even sovereigns probably wouldn't be able to move it." Black-robed Destiny God said excitedly. This was the reason why he had always wanted to cultivate the soul controlling, even at the cost of harvesting hundreds of millions of souls. Zhan Wushuang became excited and said, "Then let's begin. Long Fei will become the Demon Emperor. He will still need a long period of time to reach the extreme realm. He should be able to successfully cultivate it before then, right?" Zhan Wushuang's eyes suddenly became gloomy and cold. Black-robed Destiny God immediately said, "I will do my best. Long Fei." Heh heh. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly. Black-robed Destiny God said slightly, "Is your target just Long Fei? Actually, the stronger Long Fei is, the more help you can get. When the third entrance of Battleground is opened, there will definitely be a change in the structure of the battleground, and the only way to control the 100,000 planes is to absolutely control the battleground." Zhan Wushuang looked at the Black-robed Destiny God and said indifferently, "If I absolutely control the battleground, then I can become the new sovereign." Ha ha. Ha ha. Zhan Wushuang laughed out loud. Deep Abyss Mountain. Long Fei came out from the Sumi rings. Just like before. Jojo continued to chase and kill him, but the word, young master, would occasionally come out of her mouth. However, she still wanted to kill Long Fei. Huff. Jojo, I will definitely think of a way for you to recover. Long Fei exhaled and turned to look at the 18 holy artifacts on the table. Main artifact mission, 20 of them go. 2 more. Where can I get one? Chapter 2084, Sis, please spare me. Chapter 2084, Sis, please spare me. The holy artifacts were different from ordinary holy artifacts. The word above didn't just refer to its level, it also meant something else. An ancient era. Thus, even if Long Fei could refine holy artifact, if he could even refine half a main artifact out, it would be useless, because main artifacts were required for their mission. The ancient holy artifacts of the 100,000 planes. There weren't many holy artifacts in the ancient era. The 100,000 planes had experienced countless wars and battles, and these holy artifacts had long since disappeared. Main temple did not hold much either. Finding one was simply too difficult. Looking at these 18 holy artifacts, Long Fei exclaimed in his heart, the main artifact's missions are truly not simple. At this moment, Li Yuanba walked into the room and said, Boss, there's something else. Huh. Long Fei's eyes lit up and he said, Quickly speak. Li Yuanba quickly replied, I asked the leader of the 3 tribes about some things regarding the deep abyss mountain from them. Legend has it that this was previously a plain, a frozen plain. This vast and boundless mountain range was moved here by a super powerhouse. At first, the mountain range was very small. It was only a few tens of thousands of kilometers, but as time has passed, the mountain range has been increasing rapidly every year, and by now, it has already reached tens of millions of kilometers in front of us. Legend. Under this deep abyss mountain is a highest holy artifact, called Earth's Plow. It has always cultivated for the deep abyss mountain, allowing the space in front of the deep abyss mountain to continuously expand, and also to protect the primordial god battle dimension. This is because only the deep abyss mountain can block the polar storm, and if there is no deep abyss mountain, the ancient god war is likely to cause one to enter the world of darkness. Long Fei sighed in his heart, the fearless Earth Plow. Any leads? Long Fei asked. Li Yuanba shook his head and said, Not at the moment, but Xia Long has gone to survey the terrain, and is training in hell to find treasures. That's why. Only by descending the dragon would he be able to stop Luo Li's escape from Night King Valley. Long Fei already had 2 main god fragment on him, so he wanted to destroy the refining mission in the dragon coffin cultivation mode, then he would begin to embed the main god fragment into the Yama edge. It was just that the refining tasks had not yet been completed, so Long Fei could only put it on hold. Long Fei asked curiously, How exactly do you cultivate in hell? And did my father say anything to you? Of the 8 of you, only 3 have appeared. What about the other 5? Long Fei had always been curious, as Li Yuanba and the others had never told him about the bitter cultivation in hell. Li Yuanba scratched his head and said naively, It's like that anyways, everyone is different. He did not say. Li Yuanba was not good at expressing his feelings, and he would never tell Long Fei about him cultivating in hell, because it was really, really hard, unimaginably hard. It could be said that no one could withstand it. However, they endured it and did not regret their initial decision. Seeing that Li Yuanba was not willing to speak, Long Fei did not pursue the matter any further. Although he did not know what hell's bitter cultivation was, he could tell that it must be extremely difficult. At this moment, Dragon Subduing walked in and said, Boss, the matter of the land plow has been resolved. Long Fei's heart trembled. The efficiency of the 8 King Kong was extraordinary. Long Fei immediately said, "Tell me." The dragon subduing boat said, "I have used my golden dragon to check. There is indeed an extremely powerful force beneath the deep abyss mountain that is supporting the mountain. This force should have been emitted from the plow of the earth. This is... Where do you want to start? I haven't found it yet." The heavenly spirit also came in and said, "I have to go to the various canyons in deep abyss mountain. There is no entrance." The Holy Spirit is a Yuling guardian warrior. His body was even more special. To him, the bottomless abyss was like a drizzle. Hanba and Ziyu also walked in and shook their head. "Nothing much." Li Yuanba said, "Boss, is going to the holy artifact important to you?" Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "It's all right." Hearing Long Fei's words, Li Yuanba immediately understood that the earth plow was very important to Long Fei. He rubbed his nose and then said, "If I can't find the way, I will dig a path and go in." He is Luby. As long as it was something Long Fei wanted, he wouldn't care about it. Long Fei laughed and said, "One thing, don't worry, I won't be able to get what I have here, there are other places." However, Long Fei looked at the 18 holy artifacts on the table. He had a feeling that this main artifact was related to him opening up the ancient entry. Maybe it was because he needed this main artifact to clear it. If this world was treated like a game, then the appearance of those 18 holy artifacts in a storyline in front of the ancient entry was the appearance of a sovereign quest, and that was definitely related to the appearance of the ancient entry. Suddenly, the forehead of the sky spirit moved, and its body suddenly disappeared. A moment later, the heavenly spirit brought in the elder of the Fox clan and said, "Boss, she seems to be eavesdropping on our conversation." Long Fei felt his scalp go a little numb as he said, "Old Granny, I really wouldn't do anything to you. The fox girl is a fox girl, you are the fox girl, I can't take the fox girl, and I also want to take your Fox clan patriarch as well, right? Sis, please spare me. My body really can't take it." What did he say? A woman like 30 wolves, 40 tigers, 50 groins that could suck dirt, 80 walls that could suck mice. The Fox clan leader was already over 300 years old. Who could bear to live here? This wasn't like sucking in mice through a wall. This was something that even tigers could do. The grandma coughed and said, "I know the secret of the earth plow." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's gaze tensed up. But, seeing the grandma's gaze, Long Fei's heart tensed up, and he could not help but shiver, and said, "What conditions do you have? Other than my body, you can give me any conditions you want. Anything else?" He couldn't lose his footing. The old granny said, "The polar storm is about to arrive. The wild beast at the north of the deep abyss mountain has come to the south side crazily, and I am not doing it for you. I am doing it for the life of the deep abyss mountain." Holy **T. You're so great. Long Fei was a little shocked. The old granny chuckled. "I don't want you to do anything else. I just want you to watch the sunrise with me." "There are still conditions," Long Fei muttered. The old granny said, "If you agree, I'll tell you. Only I know this secret. This is a secret that we, the foxes, have protected for generations. If you don't agree, then just take it as I've never come." "Yes." Long Fei had a bitter face. If he did not agree, the old granny would not even say a single word. The grandma smiled evilly. Long Fei felt that he had been duped. "Thank you for your support." Chapter 2085 Superorganisms. Chapter 2085 Superorganisms. The main artifact mission could not be delayed, so Long Fei did not want to miss any of them. Also, the polar storm was getting closer and closer. The river to the north of Deep Abyss Mountain had already started to freeze, and a large number of wild beasts fled to the south. This time, the polar storm was stronger than ever before. As the new demon emperor, Long Fei had to consider the survival of the Deep Abyss Mountain's demon race. However, this was a natural disaster. How could one defend against it? He didn't have any leads right now, so he could only ask the people of the beasts' tribes to speed up the construction of the cave, dig a hole, and quickly stock up on materials. Even a high god powerhouse would find it hard to endure the coldness of a polar storm, not to mention a beast's tribes. Fortunately, the beast's tribes had absolute respect for Long Fei and had swiftly completed all the tasks he had instructed her to do. Other than studying the 18 Upper Sky holy artifact, Long Fei would also go into the Sumi Rings to chat with her every day, telling her about the things that had happened in the past. It didn't matter whether it worked or not. Long Fei said. Of course. Jojo was still being pursued by the entire world. Xiao Yan, who was cultivating in his spatial ring, could not watch any longer. Several times, when he wanted to attack, he was stopped by Long Fei. He believed it. One day, Jojo's memories would recover. He firmly believed that this would happen. Other than that, Long Fei still had a large portion of time per day to take part of the time to enter the dragon coffin so he had to complete all of his cultivation tasks as soon as possible. Especially the refining mission. The two main god fragment could not just leave it like this, they had to embed it within the Yama edge. However, none of the weapons forged by Long Fei could meet the requirements for the quest. Boss! The polar storm is getting closer and closer. The north side of the deep abyss mountain is about to freeze. Li Yuanba walked in and said, Boss, can't we bring the demon race out of deep abyss mountain? If even Li Yuanba said it like that, then how strong was the polar storm? He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth. However, when he stood on the mountain peak and saw that the north had become a world of ice in just a few days' time, his heart couldn't help but tighten. The power of nature was simply too terrifying. It was as if he couldn't move at all. Long Fei shook his head and said, The deep abyss mountain is their homeland. No matter what happens, they will never leave this place. It wasn't that Long Fei hadn't advised her to do so. However, none of the tribes in the beasts' tribes had the intention to leave. This was their home. Entering the human world, they would rather stay here. Li Yuanba sighed and said, Aren't you being too stubborn? Wait until polar storm goes over, then we can come back. Must we wait here for our deaths? I really can't figure it out. Everyone had their own perseverance. Just like Li Yuanba, being able to use his life to resist any kind of injury on Long Fei was his perseverance. At this moment, his teeth were chattering as he said, Boss, no, I really can't. I went to the north, and my blood vessels are about to burst from cold. No one can withstand it, and in the frozen northern world, not only is there cold, I can also sense a few dangerous auras. Although I didn't see them, I can guarantee that the thing emitting those dangerous auras is some sort of super creature. Boss, think of a way to leave this place. Those super organisms must have followed the polar storm here. Once the polar storm comes here, I'm afraid this place will become their slaughterhouse. The sky spirit began to worry. The aura he sensed from the north was not any weaker than the aura of a god controlling the laws in the main temple. 1 or 2 would be fine. But what if there was a large group? What would the result be? Because the demons of the deep abyss mountain were also close to the extreme regions, their bodies were extremely tough, and the powerhouse could even withstand the bombardment of the laws. If so, what about the creatures that live in the polar regions? How strong were their physical bodies? It was unimaginable. Long Fei's brows tightened and asked, How is the construction of the bunker progressing? Li Yuanba replied and said, We will follow your instructions, build it south of the mountain. Food and fuel are also being prepared quickly. However, I'm afraid these things won't hold out for long. I heard from the elder of the tribe that once the polar storm appears, it will take at least half a year to finish. This time's polar storm is so strong, I'm afraid it will take less than a year for the deep abyss mountain to recover. There were a lot of beasts' tribes' food shortages, insufficient fuel, In this situation, he wouldn't last more than a year. He was the Demon Emperor. He had to solve this problem for the monster race. Long Fei slightly said, I understand, I will think of a way. A spatial ring could contain a world, but there were too many demons, so they could not carry on with the act. Furthermore, even if they were allowed to enter the Sumi Ring's they might not go in. This was the greatest headache. Is there really nothing that can stop the polar storm? Or should I say, can we kill the polar storm? Long Fei thought in his heart, whether it was a human or a powerful demon beast, it was his first time encountering such a natural disaster. Ziyu walked in and said, Long Fei, the Fox Elders are here. Li Yuanba immediately laughed foolishly. The celestial spirit couldn't help but laugh. Long Fei glared at them. Huff! To get rid of the polar storm, Long Fei had to get rid of the old lady from the Fox clan first. Letting out a deep breath, Long Fei forced out a smile and said, Let her in. Without waiting for Ziyu to shout, the Fox family patriarch walked in. Moreover, she was dressed in white with 2 ponytails, and her face was covered with a thick layer of makeup. At first glance, just like an old hag. Long Fei's heart was trembling. The Fox old lady grabbed onto Long Fei's arm and said, Let's go and watch the day leave. Long Fei wanted to die. But he couldn't refuse, so he could only bite the bullet and follow the grandma out. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The Sky Spirit was the first to burst out laughing. Li Yuanba also laughed innocently. Boss is boss, we eat each other. Ziyu rolled her eyes at them. You're still laughing? Humph! Ziyu gently stomped her feet and left with large strides. Although it was the old lady of the Fox race, although she knew that she couldn't do anything to Long Fei and Long Fei couldn't do anything to her, Ziyu's heart was still a little sour. This was a woman. Wow. The women of Fox race are just not the same. King Demon, your beauty is extraordinary. Master, do you feel that your eyes are a little spicy? Grandma, you can do it. To be going on a date with the King Demon, that's too awesome. King Demon, how can you be with her? My heart is broken. Long Fei thought, my heart is broken too. Chapter 2086, Xianyuan Li Air. Chapter 2086, Xianyuan Li Air. The grandma had a contented and complacent look on her face. Long Fei had a bitter look on his face, but he did not express it out loud. The two of them walked to the summit of the mountain and looked towards the east. At this moment, the cold wind blew and the snowflakes fell one by one. Long Fei took off his jacket and hacked it onto the old granny's body. The old granny looked at Long Fei lovingly. Long Fei immediately said, I respect the elderly and cherish youths, don't think too much of it. However, the grandma didn't change. She turned her gaze to the east and muttered, Back then, he did the same thing. He also cut my body. Her eyes were filled with longing. But, the old granny let out a long sigh, then faintly smiled and said, It's just that he wants to go to the north, and I have to shoulder the burden of the Fox race. Long Fei looked at the expression in her eyes and thought to himself, Wow, so it's someone with a story. Long Fei immediately asked, Why is he going to the north? The old granny looked at Long Fei. Like you, we will look for the ancient entry. And then? Long Fei asked. The grandma smiled and said, Then she died. Holy sh*t. Long Fei shouted, Aren't the scenes happening too fast? Completely unexpected. The old granny said, I know that you are the person of the prophecy, and I also know that you will not stay in Deep Abyss Mountain for long, just like how he was back then. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Long Fei immediately said, It's different, at least I won't then die. And then? There was no then. This was too tragic. The old granny said, Long Fei, the extreme realm is truly dangerous. Many people know that the is here, and you know that the people of the main temple are also aware that they won't let you pass. An additional entrance posed an additional threat to main temple. The appearance of the third entrance was absolutely not allowed. Long Fei said, "This world is filled with danger. If I'm alive, I should do what I want to do. I don't want to change this world, but I cannot let this world change me." What's in the polar regions? Long Fei didn't know. But he knew that he had to do it. He had to turn Main Temple upside down. Because this was the price one must pay for provoking him. Who cares about the Main Temple or the sovereign? Again, what was a sovereign? It was the most powerful boss in 100,000 dimensions, the final boss of a game. How could he not kill it? Only by killing the sovereign would he be able to clear the level. Only then would they be able to enter the universal large world. Only then would he be able to find his mother, explore the Dragon Manor, and go to the universal large world to fight for hegemony. Main Temple must overturn it. The old granny looked at Long Fei and said slightly, "Since you do not listen to my advice, then I can't do anything." In these tens of millions of years, who knows how many powerhouses have ever wanted to go to the extreme lands to open up their ancient entry. The road to the extreme lands can be said to be filled with bones. Main Temple is not that simple, Long Fei said. I know it's interesting only if it's not simple. That would be boring. The old granny wanted to advise Long Fei to turn around, but it seemed that it was impossible. Because, in Long Fei, she could see the shadow of the man she once loved. Ever since they left the deep Abyss Mountain, they had never appeared again. There was only one outcome, death. The old granny did not speak again. After a long time, white color emerged from the east side, the old granny's head tilted slightly, gently leaning on Long Fei's shoulder. Long Fei did not refuse. Not long later. The bright red sun slowly rose, the earth woke up, and all living things were alive. So beautiful! The granny's eyes shone with a glimmer as tears welled up in her eyes. Long Fei did not say anything, and just silently let her lean on. Half an hour later, the old granny regained her composure and said, "Thank you. The secret of the earth plow is very simple. When the polar storm blows onto my origin Fox Valley, he will appear, and he will release his power to resist the polar storm, but this time the polar storm is too strong. I'm afraid even the earth plow cannot block it." After the old granny finished speaking, she walked down the mountain by herself with a gloomy expression on her face. Long Fei trembled slightly and muttered, "Origin Fox Valley." And then, Long Fei looked towards the north again. The shockingly cold wind carried with it a snowy breeze. The wind was like a blade, and when it blew against his face, it felt like it was being sliced by a blade. With every passing minute, the intensity of the cold wind would increase. Looking from afar, the north was like an enormous mushroom cloud, a storm. A super hurricane-like storm. It brought the extreme cold of the polar regions here, as well as some incomparably powerful and dangerous creatures. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly and said, "I will definitely block the polar storm." Boom! 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 God's Mountain, Zhan Wushuang's secret room. 123 law energies circulated around his body. Right now, his body was completely wrapped in law energies. Each impact brought a different response to his body. Every time he felt a surge of power, he wanted to be king. If he was able to fuse 123 law energies together, he would become a true king of law. At this moment, Black-robed Destiny God walked into the secret room and said faintly, "You've found the woman you were looking for." Zhan Wushuang's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a sharp glint. He laughed sinisterly. "Xianyuan Li'er, we're going to meet again, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." Zhan Wushuang laughed wildly. Black-robed Destiny God did not understand. Right now, he did not have control over the laws of destiny, but his eyes were extremely poisonous, and he could not see anything special about Xianyuan Li'er's body. Why did Zhan Wushuang waste her life essence to find such a person? To deal with Long Fei? Zhan Wushuang controlled so many of Long Fei's female souls, what need was there for him to use her? He did not understand. Of course, this was the secret of their Zhan clan. No one else knew. In the Xianyuan nationality, a strand of power was hidden within Xianyuan Li Er's body. It was a power that could defend against any kind of sky law. He once wanted to use Xianyuan Li Er to help him block the heavenly tribulation. Now that he was a child of God, there was no need for him to undergo tribulation. However, if the power of 123 laws were to fuse together, it would undoubtedly be going against the heavens. It would definitely arouse the displeasure of the heavens, and heavenly retribution would definitely appear. Thus, Xianyuan Li Er could help him avoid this punishment. This secret was only known by the members of the battle family. The black-robed destiny god did not know either, and even Xianyuan Li Er himself did not know. Ding! Challenge failed. Boom! Long Fei was once again blasted out of the idea shattered. It was the same as dying once, but right now Long Fei didn't feel anything at all. Countless attacks from Idea S, as well as their deaths, made him no longer have the slightest bit of fear towards death. He did not know why the Dragon Coffin S were acting in such a manner. However, he was really not afraid of death right now. Again, Long Fei once again entered the world of Dragon Coffin cultivation, refining method. I don't believe it. He threw himself in again. He was extremely serious. Boom! The weapon he forged in his hand formed once again. He thought to himself, will it be successful this time around? Ding! Chapter 2087, Forging a Main Artifact. Chapter 2087, Forging a Main Artifact. Failing again and again. Time and time again, he immersed himself wholeheartedly. Long Fei was like a warrior. Defeat after defeat. He just didn't submit. It was tough. When the system beep rang out again, Long Fei's heart slightly tightened. After experiencing countless failures, he was able to succeed in every single artifact forging. However, he was unable to meet the requirements of a refining mission every time. The holy artifact that the giant dragon requested was truly extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully forging. Suddenly, Long Fei's mind relaxed and his body froze. His mind was completely blank, and without a thought he muttered to himself, "Damn, I've finally succeeded." It was also at this moment that the system beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for completing Forging Quest. Special reward. Level +1 Special Gift Box. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Middle God level, 3. Ding! Would you like to open the special gift box? A black box floated in Long Fei's mind. In the Dragon Coffin S, after completing a cultivation mission, one could obtain a special reward. Long Fei swallowed his saliva heavily and said, "Activate." The idea moved and clicked. The black box opened and emitted a dazzling light. In that instant, a hammer used for refining floated in the light. The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Godly Refining Hammer. Blacksmith. Damn, how good would it be to reward a holy artifact? Long Fei muttered as he checked the properties of the Godly Refining Hammer. His mouth grew wider and wider, and he was completely dumbstruck. Damn! An item from the Universal Large World? Item. Soul Refining Hammer Grade. Grand Mist Attributes. 80% bonus success rate, top quality plus 80%, top quality plus 50%, top quality plus 10%. Description. The hammers used to refine Oracle S have a powerful refining force. The stats were simply exploding. To refine a hammer used by the Oracle, and to even refine the spirit inside of the Universal Large World, was definitely not ordinary. The colossal dragon produced a huge dragon's head and faintly said, "The soul refining hammer in your current world should be the best equipment for refining artifacts. If you don't pass the refining mission, you won't be able to use it. Now you can use it. Of course. Don't be too pleased with yourself. In the universal world, your current level of artifact forging can only be considered low-level existences. You still have a long way to go. Don't be arrogant." The colossal dragon was overjoyed. "Good boy, you are indeed not simple. You passed the second mission just like that, ha ha ha." If not for Long Fei here, he would have rolled on the ground in excitement. Long Fei's refining skills were already at the peak of this world, but he was still at the lowest level within the universal large world. However, this was only the first stage of the training mission. There were also missions. The Dragon Coffin S wanted to turn Long Fei into an all-powerful existence. He entered the universal large world with an omnipotent posture. This was what the huge dragon had to do in the training space. In just half a year, Long Fei had already passed 2 missions this speed. I believe that Long Fei will reach the peak of his cultivation in less than 10 years. To a powerhouse, 10 years of time was equivalent to the flick of a finger. Long Fei said disdainfully, "I am proud, so what? Tch. I can't be bothered with you." Long Fei moved and left the training space. He couldn't wait any longer. "Yuan Ba. Protect me. No one is allowed to go near my room. Keep it 100 meters away, no, 1,000 meters away," Long Fei said in a serious tone. Li Yuanba did not ask about anything and immediately replied, "Understood." He then strode out. "Immediately evacuate the crowd." It was not that Long Fei was afraid of interference, but that he was afraid that he would not succeed in refining the main god fragment. If a failure resulted in an explosion, the consequences would be unimaginable. What happened? Is King Demon going to go into closed-door cultivation? What does King Demon want to do? What is it? Many demon clan leaders rushed over. Li Yuanba said, "As for boss's orders, all of you follow them. As for what it is about, I don't know." Ziyu, Hanba, the Holy Spirit, and the descending dragon all rushed over. They were all looking at Li Yuanba. Li Yuanba shook his head innocently. "I really don't know." In the room. "Heaven and earth as a furnace. Of course it's fire. Fire. Buzz." A ball of flames appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Long Fei. Long Fei's right hand moved, summoning the Yama edge. Next, he then took out 2 main god fragments. Huff! Long Fei let out a light breath, letting his mind calm down, and without any distractions, his eyes darkened. With a move of his right hand, he took out the godly refining hammer. Begin. In that instant, the godly refinement hammer moved and a fiery light burst out. Waves of intense light burst out from the gaps between the houses. It was incomparably dazzling. Everyone tensed up. The entire sky above Deep Abyss Mountain rumbled, as if it was a thunderclap that came from beyond the 9 heavens. Main Temple. The aura of the main god fragment. Someone is refining a main god fragment. It's the direction of the Deep Abyss Mountain. Immediately, all the gods flew out and opened the Eye of the Void, staring at the direction of the Deep Abyss Mountain. At the same time, in the God's Mountain, Zhan Wushuang was frantically fusing with the power of the ancient code. Numerous patterns of the ancient code appeared on his body. Following these lines, 123 law energies slowly entered his body. Black-robed destiny gods stood at the peak of the God's Mountain and also looked in the direction of the Deep Abyss Mountain as he muttered, "The difficulty in refining the main god fragment. Is the main artifact about to appear?" Boom! Boom! Rumble! Long Fei's upper body was naked. His muscles looked like they were cast out of copper water, beads of perspiration rolled down his body. The soul-refining hammer's power was extraordinary. Knocking on the main god fragment, a strong light burst out. It was unbearable. Boom! A loud explosion resounded. The first main god fragment was embedded into the Yama edge. A burst of black light burst out from the Yama edge, as if it was rejecting it. Long Fei swung his hammer down and shouted, "Calm down a bit." Buzz! The main god fragment was inlaid. Long Fei did not bother with it. He wanted to go all out to place the second main god fragment in, but it was just that. The socketing of main god fragment S was simply too difficult. One would consume all his energy. The main god fragment crazily resisted. Now, once he stopped the process of inlaid refining, the main god fragment would completely shatter, and his Yama edge would also collapse. F***CK. Power of the Shadows. The dragon-shaped mark on his right arm suddenly moved. Black energy filled Long Fei's right arm and struck the hammer downwards. The main god fragment was like a mouse that had seen a cat, socketed in instantly. At the same time, a system notification rang. Ding! Thank you for your support. Chapter 2088, Blade of Main God. Chapter 2088, Blade of Main God. A scorching aura. The frenzied power of the darkness. The flames on the godly refinement hammer. Long Fei's back was drenched in sweat. His entire body seemed to be releasing smoke, following the voice of the system beep in his mind. All of this was like a hot piece of metal that was suddenly thrown into water, releasing an ear-piercing sound, and then completely quieted down. Phew! Huff! Long Fei panted heavily. He was secretly nervous in his heart. Looking at the two main god fragment that were embedded in the Yama edge, he said softly, "It should be a success, right?" Doubtful. Long Fei didn't dare guarantee. Because all of this could only be considered as a success by the system. If he failed in his judgment, then no matter how successful the inlay was, it would still be a failure. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully forging. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for creating 1-star Blade of Main God. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for creating Main Artifact, for obtaining a special reward, level +1. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, Middle God level 4. The system sounded out one after another. Long Fei was extremely excited. Success, haha. It really did. Very excited. He quickly opened the system to check its properties. Item: Blade of Main God grade, 1 star, main artifact. Description: possesses an extremely powerful attack, triggering the power of Main God to instantly kill any god who controls the power of law. There is no excessive description. However, just one sentence was enough. As long as he activated the power of Main God, he would be able to instantly kill any single god in the main temple. This was enough to prove how powerful he was. Ha ha ha! Enough! Holding the blade of Main God in his hand, Long Fei could clearly feel the change in the power of the Yama edge. The dense power was hidden within the blade edge. It was a power that could destroy the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Long Fei truly understood the meaning of God's power. Previously, he felt that sovereigns were just like that. The shadow of Main God was crippled by the Heavenly Emperor. The words of a sovereign real face was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Immovable. 1-star Blade of Main God? Could the main artifact be divided into different levels? Long Fei muttered. He was a little confused. In the past, Dragon Coffin were also main artifact, but they did not show any star rankings. Was a 1-star high or low? Long Fei wasn't sure either. However, what he wanted to know the most was whether or not the Blade of Main God could destroy Zhan Wushuang's God's shield. This was what he was most concerned about. Zhan Wushuang's God's shield was a main artifact, and it should be the strongest defense within the 100,000 dimensions. adding the defense law that he controlled, his defense would definitely be heaven-defying. Could the blade of main god be slay? Long Fei wasn't confident either. Looking at the new groove that appeared on the blade of main god, Long Fei said to himself, "In the future, at most I can embed a few more main god fragment. If 1 star is the lowest level of main artifact, then we can fuse it to the highest level, all the power of the slay." Just when Long Fei succeeded in refining the blade of main god, the sky above Deep Abyss Mountain exploded with noise. The main artifact really appeared. New main artifact. How is that possible? Isn't the main artifact something that only the sovereign can refine? It's impossible to forge it, right? What is a main artifact? Only sovereigns could refine holy artifact, and they could only be called main artifact. Because that was the reason why he had the right to call himself main artifact. If it wasn't for the sovereign, it would be impossible to successfully refine it, and even if it was successfully refined, it wouldn't reach the standard of a main artifact. But after the 9 heavens exploded, the spirit energy dispersed, the golden light pierced through the clouds, and powerful energy surged crazily. The faces of all the gods in the main temple turned incomparably ugly. It should be Long Fei again. Seems like he really will become the greatest hidden danger of our main temple. He has even created a main artifact. If the god is not here, who can still be his opponent? If he's actually a battleground, then… All the gods frowned. Long Fei made them feel fear. Long Fei's growth was simply too fierce, to the point where they couldn't rest in peace. On God's mountain, Black-robed Destiny God frowned. It really succeeded. We really made main artifact. Long Fei, you are really making me more and more excited. How strong is your soul? Your body? How much power do you have? Heh heh. The black-robed Destiny God laughed sinisterly. He did not feel fear from Long Fei's strength, but instead became even happier. The stronger Long Fei was, the better it was for him. After Black-robed Destiny God obtained the Heavenly God Sword, he released his soul, but did not choose to reconstruct his body, because he had to wait. Waiting for a perfect body. To him, Long Fei's body was perfect. Boom! Outer regions, unknown places. The sovereign's eyes trembled, and a ray of light flashed through them. The loud noise from before resounded in his mind. This meant that there was a power that was beyond his control. Or someone had refined a main artifact. Can it be that someone wants to overturn the heavens? At this time, an old man beside him asked, "Did something happen?" The sovereign's face returned to normal. "No." The old man said, "Don't tell me that brat did something again?" The sovereign's gaze grew cold. "It shouldn't be. He shouldn't be able to create something that is beyond my control just by relying on his power." The old man said, "That's hard to say. Don't forget, he is the crystallization of the Dragon Manor and the Mu clan, and also the hope of Long Fei and the Mu clan." The sovereign immediately nodded. Yes. In front of the old man, sovereigns didn't dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. It was even more submissive. He knew very well what the status of the old man was. A small sovereign like him, who lived in 100,000 planes, wasn't even worth a fart in front of the power and influence behind the old man. He knew it too. As long as they could control or capture Long Fei, they would receive an incomparably lofty status. Long Fei. This was his chance. The sovereign said, "Then I shall return to the 100,000 planes first. I will wait there for you all." The old man nodded and said, "Go, remember? I don't want to see that brat die, we want him alive." The sovereign bowed, then immediately said, "Understood." The sovereign did not know what secrets Long Fei had, and this was not what he was concerned about. He was only concerned about his own future. As long as he could take Long Fei down, he would get everything he wanted. He had a big backer in the universal large world. As for Long Fei's secret, he didn't need to know. Of course. If he knew that Long Fei had the ancient inheritance on him, he probably wouldn't think so much. He transformed into a ball of light. The sovereign disappeared into the horizon. The old man's body trembled as he respectfully stood to the side. A man in white appeared out of thin air and said lightly, "How is everything going?" "Don't worry, sir, I have already planted an idea on his body and will closely monitor everything. That kid will definitely not be able to escape from our grasp." F***CK. I'm at the boss nest now. F***CK. I'm at the boss nest now. As Long Fei became stronger, some of the powers within the universal large world had also become vaguely aware of him. Especially the awakening of the ancient inheritance's power in Long Fei's body. Although it was only a slight ripple. However, it continued to spread outward. Once the hurricane arrived, it would instantly become a super-huge wave. The world that seemed calm and peaceful was actually filled with hidden currents. The Long residents and the Mu clan were also preparing quickly. Deep Abyss Mountain. When Long Fei walked out of the room, everyone kneeled down and kowtowed 1,000 meters away. They were shocked by the strong light in Long Fei's room as well as the thunder god who was above 9 days old. Their admiration and respect for Long Fei had reached an unprecedented level. Long Fei immediately called them out. Li Yuanba and the others walked over to Long Fei's side and asked, "Boss, how is it?" Long Fei laughed. "Done." Although Li Yuanba did not know what Long Fei meant by succeeded, it was clear that he had succeeded. Gu Xiang Ancient, Elder Lai Hu and Goblin Wolf Leader walked over and reported on the progress of the excavation. After a few pleasantries, everyone withdrew. Long Fei once again took out the Blade of Main God and muttered to himself, "The Blade of Main God possesses an extremely strong power to kill gods." Although the progress of the underground castle construction was very fast, Long Fei was not sure if he could withstand the attacks of the polar storm. What if he couldn't withstand it? The bunker was just a defensive measure. Passive defense was not Long Fei's style. "I'm going to give it a try." And then, Long Fei called Li Yuanba over, Ziyu and the others gave simple instructions, and then went to the north side by themselves. Li Yuanba and the others wanted to follow, but they were all rejected by Long Fei. What about the north side? Even if it was a sky spirit that went there once, it wouldn't be clear. Adding the super creature that was hiding in the darkness, it would be safer for Long Fei alone. Whoosh! 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 With the release of the wings in the sky, Long Fei quickly shuttled back and forth in the air. After he entered the north side of the Deep Abyss Mountain, Long Fei began to feel a bone-piercing cold. Even though he was currently in the Middle God, he was still unable to withstand the onslaught of this kind of coldness. F***CK. This is too cold. Long Fei stood on top of a big tree. His bark was frozen, and ice crystals were hung all over his needles. This bastard's probably going to freeze by just peeing. Looking at the silver-white area around him, the snow had already reached a depth of several meters. Moreover, this was only the edge of the extremely low tempest. If it was the center, then what kind of temperature would that be? It was hard to imagine. Buzz. Long Fei activated his divine powers, turning them into energy to maintain his body's temperature. He watched as the gigantic whirlpool once again lightly stepped forward, and with a single step, he jumped towards the center of the whirlpool. Woo! Woo 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 woo! Gulp! The cold wind howled like the roar of a hungry tiger. Thin lines of blood appeared on Long Fei's face. These were all cut by the wind blades when the cold wind hit his face. The closer they got, the colder it became. Not just cold. This place was like a zone of death, freezing Long Fei's speed, and even the power of his sky principle seemed to have frozen over. He had no choice. The only thing Long Fei could do was to descend from the sky. The tip of his feet tapped on the white snow. He didn't know if he came or not. After arriving at the north side of the Deep Abyss Mountain, Long Fei began to know that this polar storm was too terrifying. The bunkers he built for the beast's tribes might not be of any use to him. The chill penetrated deep into the ground. Rumble. Suddenly, from afar, there was the sound of something collapsing, and the snow was rolling down. Long Fei tensed up upon seeing it. Damn, avalanche? Snow rolled down like waves from the summit of the mountain. The towering tree was instantly crushed and buried within the snowstorm. Long Fei did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly rushed forward. He pushed his speed to the limit. However, as the snowy wave got closer and closer, and just when it was about to reach his butt, Long Fei leaped off the ground and released the power of the sky principle, flying straight into the air. Since he couldn't win, he might as well fly into the sky. This way, he would definitely be able to dodge it. Just when he thought so, a giant tree in the snow ferociously smashed down on top of his head. Crash! It tore through the air. Space itself began to distort. A black shadow appeared on the surface of the club, blocking all of Long Fei's direction. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister. He immediately thought of the super life form that the heavenly spirit was talking about, and thought to himself, "Could it be that you are a super life form? Then let me test you." While they were talking, Long Fei moved to the left, and Tathagata appeared, throwing out a punch. Tathagata's figure also launched a barrage of attack. Buzz! The Buddhist bell rang. An incomparable heavy force struck the huge club, and as the two forces collided, a loud bang resounded, sending streams of power flying outwards. But the huge hammer moved slightly, and the power released was no weaker than Long Fei's power of Buddha. Moreover, it even wanted to get angry. The club leaned back slightly and once again increased its strength, slamming down heavily. Long Fei's heart went cold. Damn, what kind of monster is this? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Although the power of Buddha wasn't Long Fei's strongest strength, even a god who controlled laws wouldn't dare to underestimate it. But right now, he couldn't even break a rod. This showed how fierce the monster with the club was. Seeing that the hammer had smashed down again, Long Fei thought, "No, I have to see what exactly you are." And then, Long Fei's body sank as he directly landed and rushed into the snow wave. Rumble! The huge rod came smashing down, but Long Fei did not smash down. It smashed half of the distant mountain slope into pieces, and gravel flew everywhere as if it was going to explode. Moreover, each piece of debris didn't fall from the sky but vanished into thin air as if it had pierced through the void. This power could directly blast you into the void and make you disappear forever. Just like the power of darkness, it could absorb anything from one's body into a black hole. Terrifying to the extreme. Long Fei felt a chill on his back, so dangerous. If he had used his full strength just now, Long Fei could have been blasted into the black hole. Consequences. The more he thought about it, the more Long Fei's heart trembled faintly. Long Fei shuttled back and forth in the snow. Finally, when the snowy wave stopped, Long Fei saw a monster with a body as big as a small mountain, whose fur was entirely white. Variant white ape. His body emitted a golden light. Two pairs of white eyes stared fixedly at Long Fei, who was like a little dot on the ground. Not only that, the moment Long Fei stopped, dozens of pairs of white pupils within the forest emitted a cold light, and their bodies shone with the golden light of the boss. A terrifying aura began to emanate from the surrounding area. Their eyes were filled with hostility. It was accompanied by a heavy killing aura. Long Fei was startled and said, "Damn, I came to the boss nest." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.